Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Harry Flicks, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if Harry was raised by the Munsters family? Horror comedy. If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Lived at 1313, Mockingbird Lane. The night Albus Dumbledore realized the Dursleys were absolutely unsuitable guardians for young Harry Potter, thunder crashed over little whinging like Herman Munster falling down the stairs. "Minerva, I've made a grave mistake," Dumbledore said, retrieving the sleeping baby from the Dursley doorstep where he'd placed him only hours before. "I observed them through the windows. These people." He shuddered. "They yelled at their own child for spilling milk. Called him horrible names. No, Harry cannot stay here. But the blood protection, Albus. Where else can he go?" McGonagall clutched her chest. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled despite the gravity of the moment. "I have unconventional friends. A family who understands being different, being feared. They'll love this boy as their own." And that's exactly how one-year-old Harry Potter ended up on the doorstep of 1313, Mockingbird Lane, home to the most loving family of monsters America had ever known. "Herman. Herman, wake up." Lily Munster shook her husband's massive shoulder, her pale vampire features illuminated by moonlight. "Someone's at the door." Herman Munster, all 7 feet of reanimated green flesh, bolted upright with a jolt that sent lightning crackling from the bolts in his neck. "Huh? Wah? Burglars? I'll crush them. You'll wake Eddie. Just go see who it is." Stomping downstairs in his nightshirt, Herman's heavy footfalls shook family portraits askew. He flung open the front door, prepared to terrify whoever had disturbed his family's sleep, only to find nobody at eye level. "Hello." Herman's voice boomed into the night. "Come out and face me like a man." "Down here, Mr. Munster," came an amused voice. Herman dropped his gaze to discover an elderly gentleman with twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, magnificent silver beard, and robes sparkling with stars. At his feet lay a bundle wrapped in blankets. "Professor Dumbledore." Herman's face split into a wide, delighted grin. "What a surprise. It's been years." "Indeed it has, my old friend. May I come in? I have a rather unusual favor to ask." 20 minutes later, the entire Munster family, Herman, Lily, Grandpa, aka the Count, young werewolf Eddie, and cousin Marilyn, sat gathered around their parlor as Dumbledore explained about James and Lily Potter, Voldemort, and the baby who had somehow survived the killing curse. "So you see," Dumbledore concluded, "young Harry needs a home where he'll be loved, where his differences will be celebrated rather than feared. Where better than with a family who understands what it means to be extraordinary." Grandpa stroked his goatee thoughtfully. "A baby wizard, eh? Why, I haven't seen one of those since 1756. Fascinating." Lily Munster had already scooped up baby Harry, who cooed and reached for her jet-black hair. "Oh Herman, look at his little scar. Poor darling." Herman puffed out his massive chest. "Dumbledore, say no more. We Munsters know a thing or two about raising special children. We'll take the boy. I've always wanted a brother." Eddie exclaimed, his pointed ears wiggling with excitement. Only cousin Marilyn, the normal one of the family, looked concerned. "But what about his wizard education? Don't they need to go to special schools?" Dumbledore nodded. "When Harry turns 11, he'll receive his letter to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Until then, I only ask that you love him, protect him, and—" He hesitated, "perhaps keep him away from Grandpa's more explosive potions until he's older." Grandpa harumphed. "My potions are perfectly safe. Most of the time." And just like that, Harry Potter became Harry Potter Munster, the newest addition to America's strangest family. By age 5, Harry had fully adapted to life at 1313 Mockingbird Lane. While other wizarding children might have been raised on tales of the boy who lived, Harry grew up listening to Grandpa's stories about the time he danced with Baba Yaga or Herman's adventures working at the funeral home. "Higher, Dad. Higher." Harry squealed as Herman tossed him toward the ceiling. At nearly 8 feet tall, Herman's tosses sent Harry soaring. "Careful, Herman." Lily called from the kitchen where she was preparing eye of newt sandwiches for lunch. "Remember what happened with Eddie?" Herman caught Harry safely. "That was different, dear. Eddie transformed mid-toss. Can't blame me for missing a werewolf instead of a boy." Harry giggled, his messy black hair standing on end and his lightning bolt scar visible. Unlike the Dursleys, who would have hidden such a mark, the Munsters considered Harry's scar the coolest thing ever. Eddie had even tried to give himself one with magic markers. "Again?" Harry demanded. "Sorry, son. Time for lunch." Herman set Harry down, ruffling his hair with a giant green hand. "Besides, Grandpa wants to show you something in the dungeon laboratory after you eat." Harry's eyes lit up. While Dumbledore might have had concerns about Grandpa's potions, they'd become Harry's favorite part of monster life. At 5, he could already identify 12 different bat species by their droppings and knew the proper way to milk venom from a cobra, though Lily had forbidden practical demonstrations until he was older. After lunch, Harry scampered down to Grandpa's lab, where the ancient vampire was stirring a bubbling cauldron. "Ah, Harry my boy. Just in time." Grandpa beckoned him closer. "Today, we're making a special potion that makes invisible ink appear. Very useful for reading secret messages." Harry climbed onto his special stool. "Is this monster magic or wizard magic, Grandpa?" This was a common question from Harry. Living with monsters, he sometimes confused what was monster stuff versus what was his own wizarding heritage. "A bit of both," Grandpa winked. "The ingredients are monster style, but the technique, that's all wizard, my boy. Your birth parents would be proud of how you're learning." Harry beamed. The Munsters never hid Harry's past from him. Pictures of James and Lily Potter sat prominently in the living room alongside Munster family photos. Herman and Lily had explained that they were Harry's bonus parents, not replacements. "Now, careful with that salamander tail," Grandpa instructed. "Just 3 drops of boom." The explosion rocked the laboratory, covering both Harry and Grandpa in purple goo. When the smoke cleared, Harry's hair stood straight up, and Grandpa's eyebrows had vanished. "Grandpa. Are you okay?" Harry coughed through the smoke. Grandpa's face split into a wide grin. "Better than okay. It worked. Quick, look at your arm." Harry glanced down to see faint writing appearing on his skin where the potion had splashed, "Property of Lily Potter, 1978. "Wow!" Harry gasped. "My mom's school books must have had invisible notes." "Not just any notes," Grandpa said excitedly. "Wizard notes. This proves you've got real wizard stuff in your blood, not just monster teachings." He puffed out his chest proudly. "Though my monster teachings are nothing to sneeze at, you know. I once turned Transylvania's entire royal court into chickens." Upstairs, the explosion brought Lily rushing down. "What happened? Is everyone all right?" "Just a small magical breakthrough, my dear," Grandpa said airily, as though his singed lab coat was the height of fashion. Harry ran to Lily, showing her the writing. "Look. My first mom was writing messages only I could see." Lily knelt, embracing Harry despite the purple goo. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. Your mother was very clever. Just like you." She kissed his forehead, right on his scar. "Though next time, maybe wear the safety goggles I bought." Not all days at 1313, Mockingbird Lane were filled with explosions. Sometimes, the excitement came from outside the family. Harry was 7 when he had his first real encounter with prejudice. He and Eddie were playing in the front yard and the new neighbor's children came by. "Hey, what's wrong with your face?" the biggest boy called to Eddie, who was halfway between human and wolf form as he often was when excited. Eddie grinned, not recognizing the taunt. "Nothing. I'm just happy so my fangs come out. Wanna see them up close?" The children stepped back. "You're freaks," the girl declared. "My mom says this whole family is weird and dangerous. Especially him," she pointed at Harry. Harry froze, the toy broomstick Herman had carved for him clutched in his hands. "Me? What did I do?" "Mom says you're not even really their kid. That they probably stole you because freaks stick together." Something hot and angry bubbled up inside Harry. The air around him crackled. "Take that back," he said quietly. "Make me, Scarhead." Eddie growled, now looking much more wolf than boy. "Don't talk to my brother like that." The girl sneered. "He's not your real brother. He's just some." She never finished her sentence. The toy broomstick in Harry's hands suddenly shot into the air, zipping around the bullies' heads like an angry hornet. The children screamed as it chased them down the street, whacking their backsides as they ran. "Whoa!" Eddie breathed, his transformation receding with his excitement. "That was awesome. How'd you do that?" Harry stared at his empty hands, shocked. I don't know. I just got really mad." That evening, Herman sat Harry down for a talk. Far from being angry, the gentle giant seemed proud. "Son, in this family, we never use our special abilities to hurt others," Herman began, his deep voice serious despite the slight smile playing on his lips. "But standing up for family? That's what Munsters do." Harry nodded solemnly. "I didn't mean to make the broomstick attack them. It just happened." Herman's massive hand patted Harry's shoulder. "That's your wizard magic, Harry. It comes out strong when you feel strong emotions. Just like Eddie's wolf comes out when he's excited. Or how I accidentally crush doorknobs when I'm nervous. Am I in trouble? For defending your brother with accidental magic? Never. But," Herman raised a cautionary finger, "we should work on controlling it. Can't have broomsticks assaulting the postman because he brings bills." That night, as Lily tucked Harry into bed, she added her own perspective. "People fear what they don't understand, Harry," she said, her cool vampire hands smoothing his wild hair. "Our family knows that better than most. The trick isn't to fight the fear with anger, but to shine so brightly with kindness that the fear has nowhere to hide." Harry considered this. "Like how you always bake cookies for new neighbors even when they scream and run away." Lily laughed, her fangs glinting in the nightlight's glow. "Exactly. Eventually, they realize the cookies are delicious and monsters can be kind. Even when they're mean first. Especially then. Sometimes, the meanest people are the most afraid." She kissed his forehead. "Sleep well, my little wizard. Tomorrow, we'll have Grandpa start teaching you some basic magical control." Grandpa's magical control lessons often looked more like barely controlled chaos, but they worked. By age 9, Harry could intentionally make small objects float when he concentrated hard enough. He could also turn Eddie's hair blue when his brother was particularly annoying, though this skill he kept secret from the adults. "The trick," Grandpa explained one day as they practiced in the dungeon laboratory, "is to feel the magic here." He tapped Harry's chest. "Not just here." He tapped Harry's head. "But Professor Dumbledore's books say magic comes from focusing your mind," Harry argued. Dumbledore sent occasional educational materials, though they remained infrequent visitors to avoid drawing attention to Harry's whereabouts. "Bah!" Grandpa waved dismissively. "Dumbledore's brilliant, but too academic sometimes. Listen, I've been doing magic since before America was a country. Magic is emotion, Harry. Intention. Will. The wand just helps focus it, but the power comes from in here. He thumped his own chest, which let out a hollow, coffin-like sound. Herman contributed to Harry's education in different ways. While not magical himself, beyond being a reanimated collection of body parts, Herman taught Harry about strength, both physical and moral. The thing about being strong, Herman told Harry as they worked together to repair the family hearse, is knowing when not to use it. Could I knock down walls when I'm mad? Sure. But then who has to rebuild them? Me. He chuckled, accidentally crushing a wrench. Oops. Hand me another one, would you, son? Harry passed him the tool. But what if someone's trying to hurt you or the family? Herman's expression grew serious. Then you protect them with everything you've got. Family first, always. But you make very sure of the threat before you act. He tapped his temple. Brains before brawn, Harry. Something I'm still learning after 150 years. From Lily, Harry learned grace under pressure. Her vampire elegance and poise contrasted with Herman's clumsy strength, creating a balance that Harry absorbed into his own developing personality. Manners matter, Lily insisted during their weekly etiquette lessons at the dining room table. Especially when you're different. People already expect the worst, so surprise them with your best. Harry practiced balancing books on his head while walking, just as Lily had learned centuries ago. But why do I need to know which fork to use for salad? Eddie just uses his hands. And that's why Eddie isn't invited to the symphony anymore, Lily replied with a pointed look. Besides, when you go to Hogwarts, you'll want to make a good impression. Wizards can be quite traditional about these things. Marilyn, despite being the family's token, normal, human, provided Harry with invaluable insights into navigating the non-monster world. As a beautiful blonde who didn't share the family's monstrous features, she knew what it was like to feel different while looking deceptively ordinary. Sometimes being different on the inside when you look normal on the outside is just as hard, she explained while helping Harry with his mundane schoolwork. The Munsters had enrolled him in the local elementary school, wanting him to have both magical and non-magical education. People make assumptions about what you should be. Harry nodded thoughtfully. With his scar hidden under his bangs, he looked like any other kid, until strange things happened around him. Like when my teacher's wig turned blue last week. Marilyn laughed. Exactly. Though we really should work on your control before parent-teacher night. Eddie, only 2 years older than Harry, became the brother Harry would have never had with the Dursleys. The young werewolf's boundless energy and mischievous streak perfectly complemented Harry's more thoughtful nature, pushing him to take risks while Harry's caution kept them from complete disaster. Usually. Come on. Eddie urged one summer night, halfway transformed with fur sprouting from his cheeks. Grandpa's sleeping. He'll never know we borrowed his flying potion. Harry hesitated, holding the bubbling vial. I don't know, Eddie. Remember what happened with the invisibility powder? Dad only had to repaint half the house. This'll be different. 1 sip each, and we can fly over the neighborhood. 20 minutes later, the boys hovered near the ceiling of the living room, unable to control their direction and bumping into the chandelier. Stop kicking me. Harry hissed, spinning slowly upside down. I can't help it. I can't steer. Eddie whined, for now covering his entire body from excitement. How long does this last? The bottle said 3 hours. Mom's gonna kill us. Sure enough, Lily walked in minutes later, stopping in her tracks at the sight of the boys floating helplessly above her. To their surprise, she didn't yell. She simply sighed, got a broom, and used it to slowly bat them toward the couch like wayward balloons. Grandpa's sleeping potions are not toys, she said firmly once they'd landed. You could have flown into a plane. Or worse, a flock of migrating bats. You know how territorial your great-aunts can be. Sorry, Mom, both boys mumbled in unison. Lily's stern expression melted into a small smile. Though I must say, your hovering technique wasn't bad for beginners. She ruffled their hair. Next time, ask me to supervise. I've been flying since before electricity was invented. The years passed in a blur of monster lessons, accidental magic, school days, and family adventures. Harry grew into a confident, kind-hearted boy who understood that being different wasn't something to fear but something to embrace. Then came the summer of his 11th birthday. Mail's here. Herman called one ordinary Tuesday morning, stomping in with a stack of envelopes. Bill, Bat Food Catalog, letter from Cousin Lester, and, he stopped, eyes widening. Lily. Everyone. It's here. The family converged on the kitchen as Herman held up a parchment envelope with emerald green ink. Mr. H. Potter Munster, the Tower, bedroom 1313, Mockingbird Lane, Mockingbird Heights, USA. Harry's hands shook as he took the envelope. Though he'd known this day would come, seeing the Hogwarts seal made it suddenly real. Well, open it. Eddie urged, practically vibrating with excitement. Harry carefully broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter Munster, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. As international arrangements have been made for your attendance, Professor McGonagall will arrive on July 31st to escort you for school shopping and travel preparations. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress, July 31st. But that's tomorrow. Lily gasped. My little wizard, off to Hogwarts. Herman's eyes welled with tears, and he crushed Harry in a hug that lifted him off the floor. Can't breathe. Dad. Harry wheezed. Oh, sorry, son. Herman set him down gently. Just so proud. Grandpa snatched the supply list, scanning it critically. Standard Book of Spells. Beginner's Potions Kit. Bah. Harry's already beyond this first-year nonsense. Why, he's been helping me brew complex concoctions for years. Now, Father, Lily cautioned, Harry needs to learn proper wizard techniques too. Your methods are a bit unconventional. 2,000 years of vampire potion making, unconventional. The nerve. Grandpa huffed. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He stood at his tower bedroom window, looking out at the moon rising over the neighborhood that had been his home. Tomorrow, Professor McGonagall would arrive. Soon after, he'd be heading to a school an ocean away, surrounded by wizards who knew nothing about monster families or the Munster way of life. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called. Herman ducked through the doorway, his massive frame making Harry's bedroom furniture look like dollhouse pieces. Thought you might be awake, Herman said, sitting on Harry's bed with a creak of protest from the frame. Big day tomorrow. Harry nodded, returning to sit beside his adoptive father. I'm excited but nervous too. That's normal. I felt the same way my first day at the funeral home. Worried I might accidentally sit on a customer. Herman chuckled at the memory. What if the other kids think I'm weird? I've grown up so differently. Herman placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Son, you're a Munster. And Munsters are always different. It's our family motto, be yourself, especially when yourself is wonderfully weird. Harry smiled. But I'm not really a Munster by blood. Blood? Who needs blood? Herman exclaimed. I'm made of parts from a dozen different people, and I'm the head of this family. Being a Munster isn't about what's in your veins, it's about what's in your heart. He thumped his chest, producing a hollow boom. Besides, he continued more softly, you're special in more ways than one. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And you're Harry Munster, the boy we've loved since Dumbledore brought you to our door." Harry felt tears welling up. "I'm going to miss you all so much. And we'll miss you. But we'll write every week. Grandpa's already training a special bat for overseas mail delivery." Herman ruffled Harry's perpetually messy hair. "Just promise me one thing." "What's that?" "No matter what amazing wizard things you learn, no matter how many wizard friends you make, remember that you always have a home at 1313 Mockingbird Lane." Harry threw his arms around Herman's massive torso. "I promise." Professor McGonagall arrived precisely at noon the next day, looking exactly as Dumbledore had described her, stern, proper, with spectacles perched on her nose and her hair in a tight bun. She paused only briefly at the threshold, taking in the Munster home's Gothic architecture and unusual decor with remarkably little reaction. "Minerva." Grandpa greeted her with a gallant bow. "You haven't aged a day in 30 years. McGonagall's lips twitched. "Count Dracula. Still turning into a bat at social gatherings, I presume." "Only when the conversation gets dull, my dear." Harry watched this exchange with fascination. The Munsters had clearly met wizard folk before, though they rarely discussed it. After introductions and tea, during which McGonagall politely declined Grandpa's offer to add a drop of special Romanian blood to her cup, she explained the plan. "We'll use a special international portkey to reach Diagon Alley in London today. Mr. Potter Munster will purchase his supplies, and then you'll have 1 month to prepare before term begins." She glanced at Harry. "I understand this is quite a change, moving from America to Scotland for school." "He'll be just fine," Lily said confidently. "Harry's adaptable. Gets that from his birth parents and from us." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Indeed. James and Lily would be, most interested, in the family who raised their son." The pause suggested she wasn't quite sure what James and Lily would actually think, but was too polite to say so. "Can my family come to Diagon Alley too?" Harry asked hopefully. McGonagall hesitated. "International portkeys are strictly regulated, but..." She sighed. Professor Dumbledore anticipated this request. "2 family members may accompany you today." This sparked an immediate debate among the Munsters. "I should go," Herman insisted. "I'm the man of the house. You knocked over an entire display of crystal balls last time we visited a magic shop," Lily reminded him. "I have 2,000 years of magical knowledge," Grandpa argued. "You tried to correct that one maker in Rhode Island and turned his cat into a pincushion," Marilyn countered. "I should go," Eddie whined. "I've never seen England." In the end, they decided Lily and Grandpa would accompany Harry, being the most knowledgeable about magical matters and the least likely to cause international incidents. Before they left, Herman pressed a small package into Harry's hands. "A birthday gift from all of us. Open it when you get your wand." The portkey, an old cricket bat, activated with a jerk behind Harry's navel, and suddenly the Munster living room swirled away. When the spinning stopped, Harry, Lily, Grandpa, and Professor McGonagall stood in a small courtyard behind what appeared to be a shabby pub. "The leaky cauldron," McGonagall explained, tapping a pattern on the brick wall with her wand. Harry gasped as the wall reorganized itself, bricks sliding apart to reveal a bustling, colorful alley filled with shops and wizard folk in robes. "Welcome to Diagon Alley, Mr. Potter Munster." What followed was the most extraordinary shopping trip of Harry's life. While the Munsters had exposed him to plenty of magical items and monster artifacts over the years, seeing an entire wizard shopping district was overwhelming. At Gringotts, the goblin tellers barely batted an eye at Lily's vampire appearance or Grandpa's ancient dialect of gobbledygook, which he claimed to have learned during that unfortunate business with the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. The real shock came when they opened Harry's vault. "Mom," Harry whispered as they stared at piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. "Did you know my birth parents were rich?" Lily shook her head. "Dumbledore mentioned they'd provided for you, but not to this extent." Wise investments, the goblin escort grunted. The Potter portfolio has been managed continuously despite the account holder's demise. As they filled a small bag with coins, Harry felt a strange connection to his birth parents. They'd made sure he would be provided for, even though they never got to see him grow up. Next came Madame Malkin's for robes, where the seamstress did a double take at Lily's deadly pale complexion but maintained her professionalism. Another first year for Hogwarts, dear, she asked Harry. Got the lot here, another young man being fitted up just now, in fact. In the back of the shop stood a pale boy with a pointed face and white blonde hair. Hello, said the boy. Hogwarts, too? Yes, said Harry. My father's next door buying my books and mother's up the street looking at wands, said the boy in a bored, drawling voice. Then I'm going to drag them off to look at racing brooms. I don't see why first years can't have their own. I think I'll bully father into getting me one and I'll smuggle it in somehow. The boy reminded Harry of some of the snootier neighborhood children who'd initially avoided the weird Munster kid. Have you got your own broom? The boy went on. Not a proper wizard one, Harry answered. My dad carved me a toy one when I was little, but it only flies if I get really angry. The boy looked at him strangely. What kind of rubbish broom is that? What's your surname, anyway? Before Harry could answer, Lily glided into view, her elegant black dress and pale features drawing the blonde boy's immediate attention. Harry, dear, Grandpa's trying to convince the bookshop owner to stock the Monsters' Guide to Modern Potion Making. I'd better rescue the poor man before father turns him into something unpleasant. The blonde boy's eyes widened. Is that your mother? He whispered as Lily stepped away. She looks like a vampire. Yeah, she is, Harry said casually, enjoying the boy's shocked expression. I'm Harry Potter Munster. The boy's jaw dropped. Potter? As in Harry Potter? But you can't be, vampires can't, who are the Munsters? Madame Malkin announced Harry was done before he could explain further. As he hopped down from the footstool, Harry grinned at the confused boy. See you at Hogwarts, I guess. Throughout the day, Harry noticed people staring and whispering as they recognized his name or his scar. Professor McGonagall explained that he was famous in the wizarding world for surviving Voldemort's attack, something the Munsters had told him but which felt strange to experience firsthand. The boy who lived, raised by monsters, he overheard one which whispered to another. Can you imagine? Dumbledore must have lost his mind, her companion replied. Dark creatures raising the savior of the wizarding world. Grandpa, with his supernatural hearing, scowled in their direction. Dark creatures? The nerve. I'll have you know I only drink blood from willing donors or blood banks these days. Father, please, Lily murmured. Remember what we discussed about making scenes in public. Their final stop was Ollivander's for Harry's wand. The ancient wandmaker emerged from shadows, his pale eyes fixed immediately on Harry's scar, then shifting curiously to Lily and Grandpa. Interesting, he murmured. Very interesting indeed. Harry Potter, but not raised by your mother's sister as intended. How did you know that was the plan? Harry asked, surprised. Dumbledore mentioned it when he came to discuss your special circumstances. Ollivander turned to Lily. Vampire matriarch, Eastern European lineage, if I'm not mistaken. And Count Dracula himself. My. Grandpa preened. My reputation precedes me. Indeed. I believe my great-grandfather once crafted a wand for you, Count. 13 inches, you with vampire heartstring core. The very same. Lost it during that unfortunate business with the angry mob in 1897. Never could find a replacement with quite the same pizzazz. Ollivander nodded sagely before turning back to Harry. Now then, Mr. Potter Munster. Let's find you a wand. What followed was a seemingly endless parade of wands. Harry waved wand after wand while Ollivander snatched them away almost immediately, muttering, No, definitely not. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere, I wonder, now, yes, why not? Ollivander pulled out another box. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry touched it, warmth spread through his fingers. He raised the wand and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried. Yes, indeed, very good. Well, 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 how curious, how very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. Ollivander fixed Harry with his pale stare. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt a chill despite the summer heat. Voldemort had the brother wand? The wizard who must not be named, yes. We can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter Munster. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Outside the shop, Harry remembered Hermione's gift. Opening the small package revealed a battered silver pocket watch. It belonged to Hermione's father, Lily explained. And his father before him. The family calls it the heartbeat watch because it supposedly matches the rhythm of its owner's heart. Harry opened it carefully. The watch face was unusual, with symbols instead of numbers, and only one hand. As he held it, the hand began to move, ticking in perfect time with his pulse. Hermione wanted you to have a piece of Munster history to take with you, Lily said softly. Something to remember that even though you're going to learn wizard ways, you're still part of our family too. Harry clutched the watch tightly. I could never forget that. After purchasing the rest of his supplies and an owl that Grandpa insisted was part bat on its mother's side, they returned to the leaky cauldron where McGonagall had arranged another portkey home. 1 month, Mr. Potter Munster, she reminded him. Your ticket is in your letter. The Hogwarts Express departs from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, at 11 o'clock on September 1st. Platform 9 and what? Harry asked, confused. 3/4, McGonagall repeated. Don't worry, Dumbledore has arranged an international portkey for your family to help you find it. Given your unique situation. Harry nodded, still processing the day's events as they activated the portkey and spun back to 1313, Mockingbird Lane. The month flew by in a whirlwind of preparation. Harry read through his textbooks with Grandpa, who insisted on adding his own colorful commentary, Wingardium Leviosa. So inefficient. In my day, we just threw things. Lily helped him pack his trunk with everything from socks to special Munster family photographs. Hermione attempted to build Harry an improved wizard trunk with rocket boosters that had to be disassembled after it crashed through the garage roof. On August 31st, the family held a farewell dinner that was both festive and emotional. Hermione kept crushing silverware whenever he thought about Harry leaving. Lily prepared all of Harry's favorite foods, including Transylvanian blood pudding, actually just regular pudding with food coloring that Hermione couldn't tell the difference between. Eddie gave Harry a wolf thong on a leather cord, for protection, while Marilyn contributed a photo album of the family's adventures. That night, Harry could barely sleep. His trunk sat packed by the door, Hedwig, his new owl, hooted softly from her cage, and his wand rested on the nightstand beside the heartbeat watch and his Hogwarts letter. Tomorrow, he would board the Hogwarts Express and begin the wizard education his birth parents would have wanted for him. But he would do it as Harry Potter Munster, carrying the values, love, and unique perspective his monster family had given him. King's Cross Station bustled with morning commuters when the Munsters arrived via their special portkey, drawing numerous stares despite their efforts to dress normally. Hermione wore an oversized trench coat and fedora that made him look like a Cold War spy. Lily had donned a wide-brimmed sun hat and sunglasses to protect herself from daylight, while Grandpa kept hissing at passing trains, calling them modern monstrosities. Platform 9 and 3/4, Herman mused, looking between platforms 9 and 10. Must be a wizard joke. Like telling the new guy at the funeral home to find the corpse deodorant. It's not a joke, Herman, Lily corrected. Professor McGonagall explained in her letter. We need to walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. It's magical. Eddie bounced excitedly. Cool. Can I go first? Absolutely not, Lily said firmly. You'd probably get so excited you'd transform mid-crossing. Harry felt nervousness building as they approached the solid-looking barrier. What if it doesn't work for us? What if it only lets in wizards? Grandpa snorted. Nonsense. I've been breaking into magical places for centuries. Why, I once snuck into Merlin's private study to borrow a book on eternal youth. Mind you, it didn't work, but the sentiment was there. I'll go first with Harry, Lily decided. Then Herman and Eddie, and Grandpa and Marilyn can follow. Taking Harry's hand, Lily strode confidently toward the barrier, pulling his trolley alongside them. Harry closed his eyes just before impact, bracing for a collision, but it never came. Instead, he felt a slight tingling sensation, and when he opened his eyes, a scarlet steam engine waited on a platform packed with people. A sign overhead said Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. We did it! Harry exclaimed as the rest of the family materialized behind them, Eddie almost vibrating with excitement. The platform buzzed with activity, students loading trunks, parents giving last-minute instructions, owls hooting, cats meowing. Many stopped to stare at the unusual family, whispers following in their wake. Is that Herman Munster? The American monster celebrity? Look at his wife, definitely a vampire. Is that Harry Potter with them? The boy who lived. I heard Dumbledore placed him with monsters after his parents died. Herman puffed up proudly at being recognized, while Lily maintained her dignified poise despite the whispers. They helped Harry find an empty compartment and load his trunk. As the warning whistle blew, the reality of leaving home hit Harry full force. He turned to his family, tears welling in his eyes despite his best efforts. I'm going to miss you all so much, he choked out. Herman enveloped him in a careful hug. We'll miss you too, son. But you'll be home for Christmas before you know it. Lily kissed his cheek. Write to us every week. And remember what I taught you about proper table manners. And what I taught you about potions. Grandpa added. Remember, 3 drops of nightshade, never 4, unless you want to clear a room. Eddie punched his arm lightly. Bring me back something cool. Like a wizard frog or a magic spider. Marilyn hugged him last. Be yourself, Harry. That's always been enough for us. The final whistle blew. Harry climbed aboard quickly, leaning out the window to wave as the train began to move. The Munsters ran alongside for a few paces, Herman accidentally bumping several people out of the way. Be good. Lily called. Learn lots of magic. Herman shouted. Don't forget monster wisdom. Grandpa added. Bring me back a toad, was Eddie's final request. As the train rounded a bend, Harry's last glimpse was of Herman lifting Lily onto his shoulders so she could wave higher, Grandpa transforming halfway into a bat to fly alongside briefly before a conductor shouted at him, and Eddie howling a goodbye that was definitely more wolf than human. Harry wiped his eyes, smiling despite the ache in his chest. He wasn't just Harry Potter anymore, the orphan wizard famous for surviving Voldemort's attack. He was Harry Potter Munster, raised by the most loving family of monsters America had ever known. And now he was heading to Hogwarts to see what kind of wizard such an upbringing had created. Chapter 2, Hogwarts meets the Munster boy. Harry watched his monster family disappear around the bend, torn between excitement for what lay ahead and a hollow feeling in his chest. The heartbeat watch in his pocket ticked a little faster than normal. He'd barely turned from the window when the compartment door slid open. A tall, gangly boy with flaming red hair, freckles, and a long nose poked his head in. Anyone sitting there? he pointed to the seat opposite Harry. Everywhere else is full. Go for it, Harry waved him in. The boy sat down, stealing curious glances at Harry before quickly looking away. After a minute of awkward silence, he blurted out, "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry grinned. "Harry Potter Munster, actually. The Munsters adopted me after my parents died." "The Munsters?" The boy's eyes widened. "Wait, you don't mean the Munsters? The famous American monster family? You know them?" Harry asked, surprised. "Everyone knows the Munsters. Dad works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry. He keeps a file on your family a mile thick." The boy leaned forward eagerly. "Is it true your dad's made from different body parts? And your mom's a vampire? And your grandpa is actually the Count Dracula?" Harry nodded, relaxing at the boy's excitement rather than disgust. "Yeah, that's them. Herman, that's my dad, was created by a wizard scientist who was trying to make the perfect lab assistant. Mom's been a vampire for about 400 years. And Grandpa likes to claim he's the Dracula, but honestly, half his stories contradict each other." The red-headed boy looked like Christmas had come early. "Wicked. Oh, I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Nice to meet you. So your dad works with stuff involving Muggles?" "Yeah. Loves anything Muggle-made. Drives Mum nuts with all the junk he brings home to tinker with." Ron hesitated. "So what's it like? Living with monsters?" Harry shrugged. "Normal, I guess. I mean, it's the only family I remember. Dad accidentally breaks stuff when he gets excited. Mom can't eat garlic. Grandpa turns into a bat when he's annoyed. My brother Eddie's a werewolf, so full moons get pretty rowdy." "You have a werewolf brother? That's so cool." Ron exclaimed, then added hastily, "I've got 5 brothers. Being different is sort of impossible in my family." The compartment door slid open again, this time revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and large front teeth. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "A boy named Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy voice. "No toads here," Ron replied. "Though if we find one, my friend might want it. His brother asked him to bring one home." The girl's attention shifted to Harry. Her eyes widened as they fixed on his forehead where his hair had parted to reveal his lightning bolt scar. "You're Harry Potter," she gasped. "Potter Munster," Harry corrected automatically. "I know all about you. You're in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century." She paused, frowning. "Though none of them mentioned Munster. Are you related to the famous American monster family?" "They adopted me after my parents died." The girl's jaw dropped. "But that's not in any of the books. They all say you were raised by Muggle relatives." "That was the original plan," Harry explained. "But Dumbledore changed his mind. Said my aunt and uncle weren't suitable." "Dumbledore himself decided?" The girl looked impressed. "I've read all about him too, of course. The most powerful wizard of modern times." She sat down uninvited. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Are you both first years too?" Before they could answer, she launched into a rapid monologue about how she'd memorized all their coursebooks and practiced simple spells already. Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances. "What house do you think you'll be in?" she finally asked. "House?" Harry looked confused. Ron jumped in. "Hogwarts has 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. My whole family's been in Gryffindor." "I hope I'm in Gryffindor, it sounds by far the best," Hermione said. "I hear Dumbledore himself was in it. I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." She turned to Harry. "What about you?" Harry shrugged. "No idea. My birth parents were in Gryffindor, I think. But surely with your unusual upbringing, you might be suited for." She trailed off, apparently realizing she might be heading into offensive territory. "For what?" Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. "Slytherin because monsters are supposedly dark creatures." "Is that what you were going to say?" Hermione flushed. "No. I just meant, well, growing up with such diverse magical influences might give you different strengths." Ron snorted. Smooth recovery. The conversation was interrupted when 3 boys entered. Harry recognized the middle one as the pale boy from Madame Malkin's. He looked at Harry with far more interest than he'd shown in Diagon Alley. "Is it true?" he said. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter is in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," said Harry, noting the other boys flanking the pale boy like bodyguards. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," the pale boy said carelessly. "And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand to shake Harry's, but Harry didn't take it. "I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself, thanks," he said coolly. "And it's Potter Munster, actually." Malfoy's hand lowered slowly. "Munster? As in the monster family?" "Father told me Dumbledore had gone mad putting you with dark creatures, but I didn't believe it until I saw your mother in Diagon Alley." "Careful," Harry warned, standing up. His voice remained calm, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. "That's my family you're talking about." "They're not your real family," Malfoy sneered. "They're just the freaks Dumbledore stuck you with." Harry's hand moved to his pocket where the heartbeat watch suddenly ticked louder. "You've got 5 seconds to apologize and leave." "Or what?" Malfoy laughed, though Crabbe and Goyle shifted nervously. "I grew up with monsters, Malfoy. Want to find out what they taught me?" The compartment temperature seemed to drop. Though Harry hadn't drawn his wand, the lights flickered briefly. Hermione gasped. Malfoy paled even further but maintained his sneer. "Think you're tough because you were raised by circus freaks? Wait until my father hears." Before he could finish, something dark swooped down from the luggage rack, Hedwig, who'd been sleeping unnoticed. She dive-bombed Malfoy's head, talons extended. "Ag!" Malfoy ducked, stumbling backward into Crabbe. "Control your bloody bird, Potter." "Hedwig," Harry called calmly, and the owl returned to his shoulder. "She doesn't like when people insult our family." "Neither do I." Malfoy retreated, his face flushed with humiliation. "You'll regret that, Potter freak." "Come on," he snapped at Crabbe and Goyle, and the 3 disappeared down the corridor. Ron burst out laughing the moment they were gone. "That was brilliant. Did you see his face?" Even Hermione looked impressed despite her obvious disapproval. "You shouldn't antagonize people before we even reach school," she said, "but I must admit, that was rather effective." Harry stroked Hedwig's feathers. "Grandpa always said, make friends with the local wildlife. You never know when you'll need backup." "Is your grandpa really Count Dracula?" Hermione asked, academic curiosity overcoming her reserve. "He claims to be," Harry grinned. "But he also claims he dated Cleopatra and invented the printing press, so." The rest of the journey passed pleasantly. Ron shared stories about growing up in a magical household while Harry countered with tales of life at 1313, Mockingbird Lane. Even Hermione, for all her book learning, seemed fascinated by Harry's unorthodox magical education. "So you've actually been brewing potions since you were 5? She asked incredulously. "That's against underage magic restrictions. American monster families operate under different rules," Harry explained. Plus, Grandpa doesn't exactly ask for permission before doing things. As darkness fell outside, they changed into their school robes. The train finally slowed and stopped at a platform in a place called Hogsmeade. Students poured onto the dark platform, where a booming voice called, "Furs years. Furs years over here." A giant of a man with a wild beard loomed over the sea of students, holding a lamp. "Come on, follow me, any more furs years? Mind your step, now." "Whoa," Harry whispered to Ron. "He's even taller than my dad." The giant man, Hagrid, according to Ron, led them down a steep, narrow path to the edge of a great black lake. Perched atop a mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling against the starry sky, was a vast castle. "No more and 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into a boat, joined by the round-faced boy who had lost his toad. As they glided across the lake toward the towering castle, Harry felt an odd sense of homecoming. The Gothic architecture reminded him of 1313, Mockingbird Lane, though on a much grander scale. "Grandpa would love this place," he murmured. "Perfect vampire aesthetic." After docking in an underground harbor and climbing a flight of stone steps, they reached a huge oak front door. Hagrid raised his gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald green robes, Professor McGonagall. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them into an entrance hall so big that Herman Munster could have stood on Grandpa's shoulders and still not touched the ceiling. Following Professor McGonagall across the flagged stone floor, Harry heard hundreds of voices from a doorway to the right, the rest of the school. Instead of taking them through those doors, McGonagall showed the first years into a small, empty chamber off the hall. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." She explained the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the house point system before leaving them to wait. "How exactly do they sort us?" Harry asked Ron. "Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Harry wasn't particularly worried. Growing up with the Munsters had exposed him to far more bizarre and potentially dangerous situations than a school sorting ceremony. Still, he felt a flutter of nerves when several people behind him screamed. He turned to see about 20 ghosts streaming through the back wall, pearly white and slightly transparent. They seemed to be arguing about someone called Peeves until one ghost, wearing a ruff and tights, noticed the first years. "New students," said the ghost, smiling at them. "About to be sorted, I suppose. Hope to see you in Hufflepuff. My old house, you know." "Ghosts." Harry grinned. "Awesome." The ghost floated closer, peering at Harry curiously. "You seem unusually comfortable with our presence, young man." "My mom's best friend is a ghost," Harry explained. "Aunt Phantom Phyllis. She haunts our linen closet." The ghost looked delighted. "How marvelous. And where might this haunted linen closet be located?" 1313, Mockingbird Lane. "We're the Munsters." Several nearby ghosts gasped. "The American monster family," the ghost in the ruff exclaimed. "My word. You must be the Potter boy they adopted." Before Harry could respond, Professor McGonagall returned. "Move along now. The sorting ceremony's about to start." The ghosts floated away through the opposite wall, though several looked back at Harry with newfound interest. McGonagall led them through double doors into the Great Hall, a splendid room lit by thousands of candles floating above 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. McGonagall led the first years up here, so that they came to a halt facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. Harry looked up to see a velvety black ceiling dotted with stars. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside, he heard Hermione whisper. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Harry nodded. Grandpa tried to do that to our living room ceiling once. Ended up with a mini thunderstorm that rained on the furniture for a week. Professor McGonagall silently placed a four-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched, a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing about the four houses and their qualities. When it finished, the whole hall burst into applause. So we've just got to try on the hat. Ron whispered to Harry, sounding relieved. I'll kill Fred, he was going on about wrestling a troll. Harry shrugged. Wouldn't be so bad. Grandpa wrestles with the creature from the Black Lagoon every year at the monster picnic. Says it's all in the wrist technique. Ron stared at him, unsure if he was joking. Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah. A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit down. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. The table second from the left clapped this time. Several Ravenclaws stood up to shake hands with Terry as he joined them. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. Gryffindor, shouted the hat after a brief pause. Ron groaned softly beside Harry. When Neville Longbottom, the boy who kept losing his toad, was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with Neville. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to give it to McDougal, Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. The list continued until finally, Potter Munster, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter Munster? Did she say Munster? The Harry Potter? I heard he was raised by actual monsters. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second he was looking at the black inside of the hat. He waited. Said a small voice in his ear. Well, this is interesting. Very interesting indeed. I've never sorted a mind quite like yours before, Mr. Potter Munster. Or should I say, just Potter. Where do you stand on that particular question? I'm a Munster, Harry thought firmly. They're my family. Interesting, interesting. Loyalty, then, that speaks to Hufflepuff qualities. But there's courage too, standing up for your unusual family. And oh my, what's this? Quite a bit of monster knowledge alongside wizard potential. Ravenclaw would value that unique perspective. But there's something else here too. Harry gripped the edges of the stool, suddenly nervous. A desire to prove yourself, to show the wizarding world that a boy raised by monsters can be a great wizard. That's very Slytherin, you know. Not Slytherin, Harry thought. Not because monsters are dark creatures or whatever Malfoy thinks, but because I don't think I'd fit with people who look down on beings different from themselves. An astute observation. But where to put you? You have qualities all the founders would value. Helga Hufflepuff would appreciate your acceptance of all beings. Rowena Ravenclaw would be fascinated by your unique knowledge. Salazar Slytherin would admire your determination. And Godric Gryffindor. The hat paused. Well, I think your parents, both sets, would be proud to see you follow in the Potter's footsteps. And it takes particular courage to stand between two worlds, doesn't it? In that case, better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was greeted with the loudest cheer yet. Percy the prefect, Ron's older brother, got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter. We got Munster boy." Harry sat down opposite the ghost in the ruff, who patted his arm, giving Harry the sudden, horrible feeling he'd just plunged it into a bucket of ice-cold water. "Welcome to Gryffindor," the ghost said warmly. "I'm Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." "Nearly headless Nick," someone said. "I've heard all about you. I would prefer you to call me Sir Nicholas de, Nearly Headless." "How can you be nearly headless?" a sandy-haired boy interrupted. Sir Nicholas looked extremely miffed. "Like this," he said irritably. He seized his left ear and pulled. His whole head swung off his neck and fell onto his shoulder as if it was on a hinge. While the other first-years recoiled in horror, Harry leaned forward with interest. "That's amazing. Does it hurt? Can you control which way it falls?" "My Aunt Phantom Phyllis can remove her head completely, but she says it's disorienting." Nearly headless Nick looked surprised, then pleased at Harry's reaction. Finally, someone who appreciates the nuances of spectral dismemberment. "No, young Munster, it doesn't hurt in the conventional sense, though the memory of the original botched beheading remains rather unpleasant." Their conversation was interrupted as the sorting concluded with Zabini, Blaze, being made a Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore got to his feet, beaming at the students, his arms opened wide in welcome. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down as everybody clapped and cheered. "Is he, a bit mad?" Harry asked Percy uncertainly. "Mad? He's a genius," Percy replied. "Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad." "Potatoes, Harry." Harry's mouth fell open. The dishes in front of him were now piled with food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and mint humbugs. The Dursleys had never starved Harry, but the Munsters' idea of cuisine was eclectic. Herman had a fondness for steak so rare it practically mooed. Lily preferred iron-rich foods that maintained her vampire pallor. Grandpa's cooking often glowed, smoked, or occasionally tried to escape the plate. "This looks amazing," Harry said, piling his plate high. "And nothing's moving." "Moving?" A nearby girl looked alarmed. "Why would the food move?" "Grandpa's specialty is Transylvanian wiggle worms," Harry explained between bites. "Says they're best when they're still squirming. I usually feed mine to Eddie under the table." The girl turned slightly green, while the Weasley twins leaned in with fascination. "Your grandpa's really Count Dracula?" one asked eagerly. "The actual vampire from the stories?" the other added. Harry nodded. "That's what he claims, though his stories change depending on his mood. Sometimes he says Bram Stoker based the book on him, sometimes he says Stoker got everything wrong." "What about your dad? Is he really made from different body parts?" a boy Harry recognized as Seamus Finnegan asked. "Yep. Gets a bit creaky in the joints during thunderstorms, but otherwise holds together pretty well for being about 150 years old." The questions continued throughout dinner, with Harry's Gryffindor classmates alternating between fascination and disbelief at his descriptions of monster life. By the time dessert appeared, Harry was the center of attention at the Gryffindor table. After dinner, Dumbledore got to his feet again to give notices about the Forbidden Forest, ban on magic in corridors, Quidditch trials, and a warning about the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side being out of bounds to everyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. "He's not serious," Harry muttered to Percy. Must be, Percy frowned. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. Dangerous beasts sounds like home, Harry mused. Lily Lake behind our house has at least 3 different swamp creatures living in it. The evening concluded with the school song, then the Gryffindor first years followed Percy through the chattering crowds, out of the great hall, and up the marble staircase. Harry's legs felt like lead, but he kept his eyes open, trying to memorize the path through shifting staircases and hidden doorways. They stopped in front of a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they found their beds at last, 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. "Great food, isn't it?" Ron muttered to Harry through the hangings. "Amazing," Harry agreed. "First meal I've had in years where nothing tried to crawl off my plate." Ron laughed, then yawned. "Your family sounds mental." "In a good way." "They are," Harry smiled, pulling the heartbeat watch from his pocket and placing it carefully on his nightstand. "But they're my kind of mental." Within minutes, he was asleep, the watch ticking steadily beside him. The next morning, Harry discovered that Hogwarts presented a whole new set of challenges, starting with finding his way around. The castle was a labyrinth of staircases that moved, doors that weren't really doors, walls pretending to be doors, and portraits whose occupants visited each other. The classes themselves were fascinating. On Wednesday nights, they studied the night skies through their telescopes, learning the names of different stars and the movements of planets. Harry found himself surprisingly comfortable with astronomy, thanks to Grandpa's nocturnal habits and fondness for celestial navigation. When you've been alive for centuries without GPS, you learn to read the stars. 3 times a week they went out to the greenhouses behind the castle to study herbology with Professor Sprout. Here, Harry's experience with Grandpa's more exotic plants gave him a distinct advantage. "Careful with the venomous tentacula," Professor Sprout warned as one plant reached for Neville's sleeve. Harry calmly stepped forward, stroking the plant's stem in a specific pattern. The tentacles retreated. "How did you do that?" Neville asked in awe. Harry shrugged. "Grandpa grows a cousin of this in his lab. They're like prickly cats, hate being touched except in specific spots." Professor Sprout awarded him 5 points for Gryffindor and spent the rest of the class questioning him about the Count's horticultural practices. History of Magic was the only class taught by a ghost, Professor Binns, who had fallen asleep in front of the staff room fire one day and got up the next morning to teach, leaving his body behind. While most students struggled to stay awake during his monotonous lectures, Harry found an unexpected advantage. Growing up with Aunt Phantom Phyllis had taught him how to interpret ghostly mumbling. "What did he just say about the Goblin Rebellion of 1612? Ron whispered, half asleep. "That the goblins were provoked by a wizard stealing their silver mining techniques," Harry whispered back, taking notes. "Also, he just mentioned that he was actually there, but no one ever asks him about his first-hand accounts." By Thursday, they had Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. After turning her desk into a pig and back again, she set them to turning matches into needles. "Concentration is key," she instructed. "Visualize the transformation clearly in your mind." Harry remembered Grandpa's lesson about magic being more emotion and will than just mental focus. When he tried to visualize the match becoming a needle, nothing happened. But when he thought about how Lily had taught him to sew, patiently guiding his hands as they repaired Herman's constantly splitting pants, the match wavered and transformed. By the end of the lesson, his was one of the few needles that had completely transformed, earning a rare smile from Professor McGonagall. "Well done, Mr. Potter Munster. It seems your unconventional upbringing has provided some magical advantages." Friday brought their first potions lesson, which Harry had been looking forward to most. Potions took place down in one of the dungeons, cold and creepy with pickled animals floating in glass jars around the walls. Perfect for concentration, as far as Harry was concerned, it reminded him of Grandpa's lab. Professor Snape started the class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. His speech about bottling fame, brewing glory, and even putting a stopper in death was delivered in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. "Potter Munster," said Snape suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry straightened. This was familiar territory. Depending on the ratio and brewing method, either the draft of living death or, if you double the asphodel and add a pinch of vampire dust, what Grandpa calls the Transylvanian Twilight Tonic. "Though that one's not in standard textbooks," he added. Snape's eyes narrowed. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat," Harry answered promptly. "Though Grandpa says dragon stomachs produce superior ones, if you can get past the fire-breathing." A muscle twitched in Snape's cheek. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Harry grinned. "They're the same plant, also called aconite. Eddie, my werewolf brother, can't go near it without sneezing, which is why Grandpa keeps it on the highest shelf in his lab." Silence fell over the dungeon. Snape's expression was unreadable. "It appears," he said finally, "that being raised by creatures has given you some unconventional knowledge, Potter Munster. Though I question the academic validity of Transylvanian Twilight Tonics." His lip curled. "For your information, powdered root of asphodel and infusion of wormwood do indeed make the draught of living death, a sleeping potion so powerful it resembles death. A bezoar will save you from most poisons. As for monkshood and wolfsbane, your answer was correct." He seemed almost disappointed to admit it. "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, "and a point to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter Munster's unexpected preparation." Harry caught Hermione's stunned look. Apparently, Professor Snape rarely gave points to Gryffindor. Things went downhill from there. Snape put them all into pairs and set them to mixing a simple potion to cure boils. He swept around in his long black cloak, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to like. When Neville somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron into a twisted blob, their potion seeping across the stone floor and burning holes in people's shoes, Snape rounded on them furiously. "Idiot boy," he snarled as Neville whimpered, angry red boils springing up all over his arms and legs where the potion had splashed him. "I suppose you added the porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire?" Harry, working nearby with Ron, instinctively grabbed a jar of yellow powder from his potions kit and sprinkled it over the advancing potion spill. The liquid hissed, then solidified into a harmless blue crust. "What did you just do?" Snape demanded, wheeling around. "Neutralizing agent," Harry explained. "Grandpa taught me. It's salamander scale powder mixed with baking soda. Stops most caustic potions before they cause too much damage." Snape stared at him for a long moment. 10 points from Gryffindor for unauthorized experimentation in my classroom," he said finally. Then, more quietly, and 5 points to Gryffindor for quick thinking that prevented further injury. As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon an hour later, Harry's mind raced. The class hadn't gone as expected, but he'd managed to hold his own thanks to years of Grandpa's eccentric potion lessons. That was bloody brilliant. Ron exclaimed as they headed to lunch. "I've never seen Snape so conflicted. He obviously wanted to hate you but couldn't quite manage it when you knew all the answers. Grandpa's going to be so smug when I tell him his crazy potions lessons actually paid off," Harry grinned. As the weeks passed, Harry settled into a rhythm at Hogwarts. While his monster upbringing occasionally caused raised eyebrows, it just as often proved advantageous. In flying lessons, he discovered that his experience watching Lily and Grandpa transform into bats gave him a natural sense for aerial maneuvers. When Neville broke his wrist after falling from his broom and Malfoy stole his Remembrall, Harry's pursuit and spectacular catch earned him not punishment but a spot as seeker on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest in a century. "You're a natural flyer," Professor McGonagall told him after witnessing his 50-foot dive. "Your father, James Potter, was an excellent player too." "My mom, Lily Munster, can turn into a bat," Harry replied. "She used to take me flying sometimes, though I had to ride on her back." "Maybe that helped." McGonagall's lips twitched. "Perhaps it did, Mr. Potter Munster. Perhaps it did." Halloween brought both excitement and melancholy for Harry. At home, it was the Munsters' favorite holiday, the one day they could walk around freely without causing screams. Herman would dress as himself but call it a Frankenstein costume. Grandpa would show off his real fangs to delighted trick-or-treaters who thought they were fake. Eddie would fully transform and win every costume contest. But Halloween was also the anniversary of his birth parents' deaths. The Munsters had always acknowledged this, lighting candles for James and Lily Potter before the evening festivities. "You okay?" Ron asked at breakfast, noticing Harry's somber mood. "Just thinking about home. And my birth parents." Harry toyed with his bacon. "It's the anniversary today." Ron looked stricken. "Blimey, I forgot." "I'm sorry, Harry." "It's okay. The Munsters always made sure I remembered them but still enjoyed the holiday." Harry smiled faintly. "Grandpa says life is too long to spend it only in mourning." "And he would know," Hermione commented, joining them. "Being several hundred years old." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the mail. Harry's heart lifted when he spotted Hedwig among the hundreds of owls. She swooped down, depositing a large, oddly shaped package in front of him. "Bit early for Christmas presents, isn't it?" Ron joked as Harry untied the package. Inside was an assortment of items from the Munsters. Herman had sent a hand-carved wooden bat, clearly meant to be a good luck charm for Quidditch. Lily included homemade cookies that smelled faintly of iron. Grandpa contributed a small vial of purple liquid labeled, "Exam Excellence Elixir, 1 drop only or grow extra ears." Eddie's gift was a wolf fawn to match his own, and Marilyn had sent normal, thoughtful items, new gloves and a Gryffindor-colored scarf she'd knitted herself. A note in Lily's elegant handwriting read, "Dearest Harry, we're all so proud of you becoming the youngest Seeker in a century. Herman has been telling everyone at the funeral home, the clients don't mind. We miss you terribly but are thrilled you're making friends and excelling in your classes. We're lighting candles for James and Lily tonight, as always. Know that you carry both families with you, and that makes you twice as loved. Professor Dumbledore has approved our Christmas visit. We'll see you December 20th, Herman is already planning his wizard robes, heaven help us all. All our love, the Munsters. P.S. Grandpa insists his potion will help with exams. I suggest testing it on something non-human first." Harry blinked back tears, touched by their thoughtfulness. He showed the gifts to Ron and Hermione, who examined them with varying degrees of fascination and concern, particularly Grandpa's potion, which occasionally emitted purple bubbles. "Your family seems really nice, Harry," Hermione said kindly. "Mental, but nice," Ron agreed with a grin. That evening, the Halloween feast was interrupted when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the Great Hall, turban askew, terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. Chaos erupted until Dumbledore ordered prefects to lead their houses back to dormitories. As Percy gathered the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll." Hermione had been crying in the girls' bathroom all afternoon after Ron had thoughtlessly insulted her. Slipping away from the Gryffindor line, they ran toward the bathroom, only to see the troll entering it. "Oh no," Ron moaned as a terrified scream came from inside. They charged in to find Hermione shrinking against the wall as the 12-foot mountain troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it!" Harry yelled, seizing a tap and throwing it against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then made for Harry instead, lifting its massive club. "Oi, pea-brain!" Ron shouted, throwing a metal pipe at it. As the troll turned toward Ron, Harry had a flash of inspiration. This wasn't so different from when Spot, the dragon who lived under the Munsters stairs, got cranky and started breathing fire at the furniture. "Hey!" Harry yelled, waving his arms. "Down here, big guy!" The troll looked at him, confused by the lack of fear in his voice. Harry maintained eye contact, his voice calm but firm. "That's it. Focus on me." To Ron and Hermione's astonishment, the troll actually paused, its tiny eyes fixed on Harry's. "Now, we're going to put that club down, okay?" Harry continued in the same steady tone Lily used when Spot got overexcited. "No one's going to hurt you. We just need you to calm down." The troll blinked, its club lowering slightly. "Ron," Harry said without breaking eye contact with the troll, "trolls are like Spot, they respond to confidence. Get Hermione and back away slowly." "Who's Spot?" Hermione whispered as Ron helped her inch toward the door. "Pet dragon under our stairs," Harry answered absently, still focused on the troll. "Grandpa won him in a poker game." The troll seemed mesmerized by Harry's unwavering gaze, but when Ron accidentally kicked a piece of porcelain, the spell broke. The troll roared, raising its club again. So much for the gentle approach. Harry dove between the troll's legs as the club smashed into the spot where he'd been standing. The creature turned, confused at losing sight of Harry, giving Ron the opportunity to use the levitation charm they'd learned that day, Wingardium Leviosa. Lifting the troll's club from its grasp and dropping it onto its owner's head. The troll swayed, then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, slowly approaching. "I don't think so," said Harry, "just knocked out." A sudden slamming and loud footsteps announced the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. After a moment of shocked silence, they demanded explanations. Hermione surprised them all by taking the blame, claiming she'd gone looking for the troll and Harry and Ron had saved her. "Well, in that case," Professor McGonagall said, staring at the three of them. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment, Miss Granger. As for you two gentlemen, well, not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points will be awarded to each of you." As they walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry couldn't help but feel that the troll incident had solidified his friendship with both Ron and Hermione in a way that mere classes couldn't have. "We should have gotten extra points," Ron grumbled. "Harry nearly got it to sit down and have tea with us before it went berserk again." "Monster diplomacy," Harry grinned. "Lesson 1 from the Munster Family Handbook, always try talking before running. Except from angry mobs with pitchforks, then you definitely run." November brought the start of the Quidditch season and Harry's first match, Gryffindor vs Slytherin. Despite nervousness that left him picking at his breakfast, he felt reasonably prepared thanks to intensive training with the Gryffindor team captain, Oliver Wood. "You'll be fine," Hermione reassured him. "You're a natural flyer." "Blood hell, what's that?" Ron suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the staff table. Everyone turned to see Dumbledore deep in conversation with what appeared to be a miniature bat wearing tiny spectacles. The bat was gesturing emphatically with its wings while Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Oh no," Harry groaned, sinking lower in his seat. "That's Grandpa." "Your grandfather?" Hermione asked, confused. "But that's a bat. He can transform, remember? Something's wrong if he's come all the way to Hogwarts." As if hearing his name, the bat's head swiveled toward the Gryffindor table. With a delighted squeak, it launched into the air, swooping directly toward Harry. Students shrieked and ducked as the bat zipped between platters of eggs and toast before landing gracefully beside Harry's pumpkin juice. "Grandpa!" Harry hissed. "What are you doing here?" The bat squeaked indignantly, then transformed with a puff of smoke. Where the tiny bat had been now stood a miniature version of Grandpa, about 8 inches tall but perfectly proportioned, complete with his typical Dracula outfit. "Is that any way to greet your grandfather?" the tiny Grandpa demanded, his voice high-pitched but distinct. "I've flown 3,000 miles to see your first Quidditch match." The great hall fell silent as students and teachers stared at the miniature vampire now standing on the Gryffindor table with his hands on his hips. "You can't just show up unannounced," Harry whispered frantically. "And why are you, small?" "Long-distance vampire transformation," Grandpa explained matter-of-factly. "The further you go, the smaller you arrive. Basic physics. I'll be back to normal size in about." He consulted a tiny pocket watch, 6 hours. "Just in time for your match." Ron and Hermione gaped at the miniature count. Nearby, Colin Creevey fumbled for his camera while the Weasley twins exchanged delighted looks. Mr. Dracula, Professor McGonagall had approached the table, her expression caught between disapproval and amazement. "While we appreciate family support, there are proper channels for arranging visits to Hogwarts." "Minerva." Tiny Grandpa beamed up at her. "Looking lovely as ever. Has it really been 30 years? He attempted to bow gallantly but nearly toppled into a bowl of porridge. Harry quickly steadied him with one finger. "Grandpa, seriously, is everything okay at home? Is this about the troll?" "Because I handled that, troll." Grandpa's eyebrows shot up. "What troll?" No, I'm here because of your broom." "My broom?" "Lily was reading your letters about becoming Seeker, and we realized no one had checked your equipment." "What if someone tampered with it?" "Munsters look out for family, and since I'm the only one who can transform for international travel, well, here I am." Harry felt a rush of affection mixed with mortification. Of course the Munsters would worry, they were protective by nature. Mr. Dracula, Dumbledore had joined them, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Perhaps you'd like to continue this conversation somewhere more private? And maybe have some breakfast. The house elves can prepare anything you require, though I'm afraid our blood pudding is strictly metaphorical." "Blood pudding?" Ron mouthed to Harry, looking ill. "It's just regular pudding with food coloring," Harry whispered back. "Herman can't tell the difference." Tiny Grandpa accepted Dumbledore's invitation, but insisted on riding on Harry's shoulder, to catch up on family matters, as they exited the great hall amidst stares and whispers. "Eddie says hello and wants to know if you've seen any proper werewolves yet. Herman crushed the telephone trying to call you last week, we've replaced 3 this month alone. Lily's teaching a night class on modern vampire integration at the community college. Oh, and Marilyn's dating a nice young man who hasn't run screaming yet, so we have high hopes." Harry's initial embarrassment faded as he realized how much he'd missed these family updates. By the time they reached Dumbledore's office, he was laughing at Grandpa's animated description of Herman getting his head stuck in the grandfather clock. "Now then," Dumbledore said once they were seated, Grandpa perched on a stack of books to see over the desk, "I understand you're concerned about Harry's safety, Count. I assure you, all school brooms are regularly inspected." "School brooms?" No. Grandpa waved dismissively. "My grandson needs a proper racing broom. Something worthy of the youngest Seeker in a century." "First years aren't allowed their own brooms," Harry reminded him. "Exceptions can be made," Dumbledore interjected thoughtfully. "Particularly in special circumstances." Before Harry could process this, Grandpa reached into his tiny coat and, with considerable effort, extracted what looked like a shrunken broomstick no bigger than a toothpick. With a snap of his fingers, it expanded to reveal a sleek, gleaming Nimbus 2000. "Tada!" Grandpa announced proudly. The whole family chipped in. Herman nearly fainted when he saw the price, but Lily reminded him we've been saving for something special. Consider it an early Christmas present. Harry stared at the magnificent broom, speechless. That's extremely generous, Professor McGonagall said, having followed them to the office. However, there are school rules, which have certain flexibility for extraordinary circumstances, Dumbledore finished, smiling. I see no reason why Mr. Potter Munster shouldn't be allowed to use a family gift for his position on the house team. Do you, Professor McGonagall? McGonagall hesitated, then relented with a sigh. I suppose if it helps us beat Slytherin. Harry finally found his voice. Grandpa, this is amazing. But you didn't have to, nonsense. What's the point of having a 2,000-year-old vampire in the family if he can't spoil his grandson? Grandpa patted Harry's hand with his tiny one. Now, I insist on inspecting this broom for tampering before the match. And I'll need to patrol the stands in bat form. And possibly examine the Slytherin team's breakfast for performance-enhancing potions. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested gently, we could limit your assistance to moral support from the stands. With the other professors? Grandpa looked disappointed but agreed. By lunchtime, he had regained enough size to sit at the staff table, where he regaled Professor Flitwick with stories of the real Shakespeare, terrible hygiene but brilliant with a quill. The match itself was a nerve-wracking affair. Harry's Nimbus 2000 performed brilliantly, giving him a decisive advantage over the Slytherin seeker. But midway through the game, his broom began behaving strangely, jerking and twisting as if trying to buck him off. From the teacher's stand, Grandpa, now almost normal-sized, spotted the issue immediately. Someone's jinxing the broom, he hissed to McGonagall. Dark magic. I'd recognize it anywhere. Without waiting for a response, he transformed into a bat and darted toward the stands where Snape sat, staring unblinkingly at Harry while muttering under his breath. In his haste to help Harry, Grandpa didn't notice Quirrell doing exactly the same thing 2 rows back. Swooping down, Grandpa transformed back just enough to extend human hands, which he clapped forcefully over Snape's eyes. What in? Snape spluttered, batting at what appeared to be a bat with human hands. The disruption broke his concentration, and Harry regained control of his broom. Moments later, Harry caught the snitch in spectacular fashion, nearly swallowing it after a steep dive that had everyone gasping. Gryffindor erupted in cheers as Harry held the snitch aloft. Grandpa, back in human form, pushed through the crowd to embrace him. That's my grandson, he proclaimed proudly. Did you see that catch? 2,000 years, and I've never seen anything like it. The celebration continued in the Gryffindor common room, with Grandpa as the guest of honor. He entertained Harry's housemates with increasingly outlandish stories of his adventures through history, demonstrated his bat transformation to enthusiastic applause, and even helped the Weasley twins perfect a potion that temporarily turned Percy's hair green. By evening, Grandpa had won over most of Gryffindor House, though he'd terrified several first-years by revealing his fangs while reaching for pumpkin juice. When it was time for him to leave, he pulled Harry aside. You've got good friends here, he said, nodding toward Ron and Hermione. And talent your birth parents would be proud of. But don't forget your monster instincts too, they warned you something was wrong with that Professor Snape. You think Snape was trying to kill me? Harry asked, surprised. Kill you? No, no. He was trying to save you. What? But you stopped him, because he was doing it wrong. Grandpa huffed. Amateur counter-jinxing technique. Needs more flair, more dramatic gestures. I'll send him my monograph on theatrical spell reversal. Harry wasn't convinced. But if Snape was trying to help, who was jinxing my broom? Grandpa frowned. Not sure. But keep your eyes open, Harry. And your monster senses alert. Something's not right at Hogwarts this year. With those ominous words, Grandpa transformed into a bat, circled the common room once to the delight of the Gryffindors, and flew out the window toward Hogsmeade, where Dumbledore had arranged his return portkey. Harry watched him go, feeling both reassured by the family connection and unsettled by his warning. If Snape hadn't been behind the broom incident, who was? The mystery deepened when Harry, Ron, and Hermione accidentally discovered a massive three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor on the forbidden third floor. Their subsequent research led them to suspect it was guarding the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary object capable of transforming metal into gold and producing the elixir of life. Why would something that valuable be at Hogwarts? Ron wondered as they huddled in the library. For safekeeping, obviously, Hermione replied. The question is, who's trying to steal it? Harry frowned. Whoever jinxed my broom might be the same person. Grandpa didn't think it was Snape, even though all signs point to him. Your grandfather could be biased, Hermione suggested. From what you've told us, monsters often stick together against humans. Maybe, Harry conceded, but Grandpa's usually good at spotting hidden motives. He says it's a skill you develop after centuries of people trying to drive stakes through your heart. As winter settled over Hogwarts, Harry found himself looking forward to the Munsters' Christmas visit. While part of him worried about the chaos they'd inevitably cause, he missed them terribly. The day of their arrival, Hogwarts buzzed with anticipation. Most students had gone home for the holidays, but those remaining, including the Weasleys, gathered curiously in the great hall where Dumbledore had arranged for the Munsters to arrive by Flow Network. Will they all fit in a fireplace? Ron wondered. They've enlarged the main one, Harry explained, pointing to the massive fireplace behind the staff table. Though I'm still worried about Dad. Last time he used Flow powder, he got stuck halfway and they had to dismantle the chimney. At precisely noon, the fireplace erupted with green flames. A moment later, Marilyn stepped gracefully out, brushing soot from her blonde hair. She waved cheerfully at Harry. Next came Eddie, tumbling head over heels across the floor before popping up with a wolfish grin, already half transformed from excitement. Lily glided out next, elegant despite the travel method, her pale features a striking contrast against her flowing black dress. The fireplace flashed green again, and Grandpa appeared, hanging upside down from the mantel in bat form before dropping and transforming mid-fall. Still got it, he declared triumphantly. The students watched in fascination. Professor McGonagall's lips had thinned to almost nothing, while Professor Flitwick looked delighted. Where's Dad? Harry called, moving toward the fireplace. As if in answer, the green flames roared higher, and the entire castle seemed to shake. With a sound like thunder, Herman Munster came crashing through, demolishing part of the mantel in the process. 7 feet of green-faced, bolt-necked monster stood up amidst the debris, beaming. Harry, my boy! Herman bellowed, arms outstretched. We made it. Dad! Harry ran forward and was engulfed in a careful hug that nevertheless lifted him off his feet. Oh, my little wizard! Look at you in your fancy robes. Herman set him down, eyes watery. Have you grown? You look taller. Lily, doesn't he look taller? He does indeed, Herman, Lily smiled, embracing Harry next. We've missed you terribly, darling. Eddie bounced around them. Harry. Harry. Did you bring me a wizard toad? Or a magic rat? Something cool. Marilyn hugged him last. The house feels empty without you. And quieter, Grandpa added. No explosions from my lab except the ones I cause myself. Dumbledore approached, seemingly unfazed by Herman's destruction of school property. With a casual wave of his wand, the mantle repaired itself. Welcome to Hogwarts, Munster family. I trust your journey was comfortable. Absolutely. Herman boomed, nearly shattering the nearest window with his enthusiasm. Though those spinning fireplaces aren't built for a man of my proportions. Got stuck in Paris for 10 minutes. It's Cleveland all over again, Lily sighed. We had to destroy half their public library fireplace to get him out. Harry introduced his family to the remaining students and staff. The Weasley twins were beside themselves with excitement, immediately engaging Grandpa in a hushed conversation about theoretical potion improvements. Percy maintained a wary distance from Eddie, who kept sniffing him and commenting on his authority complex. Ron approached cautiously, staring up at Herman with undisguised awe. "You're even bigger than Hagrid," he exclaimed. Herman puffed up proudly. 6'11" in my stocking feet. Would be 7 even, but I've been compressed a bit over the years. Occupational hazard of being assembled from various donors. Ron's my best friend, Harry explained. And this is Hermione, my other best friend. Hermione stepped forward, visibly gathering her courage. It's an honor to meet you all. I've read what little wizard literature exists about American monster families, though it's woefully incomplete. Ah, the academic. Grandpa nodded approvingly. Harry mentioned you in his letters. Brightest witch in your year, he says. Hermione blushed with pleasure. Harry's told us all about you both, Lily said warmly. And how you faced a troll together. Wish I'd been there, Eddie grumbled. I've never seen a real troll. The tour of Hogwarts that followed was both enlightening and occasionally destructive. Herman's enthusiasm led to 2 suits of armor being accidentally dismantled, a chandelier being dislodged when he straightened up too quickly, and a near disaster on the moving staircases when one shifted while he was mid-step. Sorry about that, he called up to the students dangling from the broken banister. Got a bit carried away. Haven't seen craftsmanship like this since the castles of Bavaria. Lily glided through the castle with poise, engaging the ghosts in conversation about modern haunting techniques and ectoplasmic rites movements in America. Nearly headless Nick was particularly taken with her, following their tour group while regaling her with tales of his nearly beheading. Grandpa disappeared briefly with the Weasley twins, returning with suspiciously satisfied expressions and refusing to explain where they'd been. Eddie kept transforming between boy and wolf form depending on his excitement level, startling portraits and sending Mrs. Norris fleeing down corridors. Only Marilyn maintained some semblance of normality, asking thoughtful questions about Harry's classes and admiring the castle architecture without breaking anything. The real highlight came when Hagrid invited them all to his hut for tea. The groundskeeper and Herman hit it off immediately, bonding over their shared experiences as misunderstood gentle giants. People see me coming and run screaming, Herman lamented. Judge a book by its cover, they do. Know exactly how ye feel, Hagrid nodded sympathetically. Big folk like us have to be extra gentle, don't we? Precisely. Herman agreed, accidentally crushing Hagrid's mug in his enthusiasm. Oops. Sorry about that. Lily and Grandpa, meanwhile, had noticed Hagrid's attempts to hide something beneath a blanket in the corner, something that emitted smoke and occasional sparks. Is that what I think it is? Grandpa asked, eyes gleaming. Hagrid fidgeted nervously. Don't know what you mean. A dragon egg. Grandpa exclaimed, throwing back the blanket to reveal exactly that, a large, black egg sitting in the fire. Norwegian ridgeback by the speckle pattern. Magnificent specimen. Hagrid looked panicked. Yeah, can't tell no one. It's not exactly, well, legal. Legal, Schmiegel, Grandpa waved dismissively. I've raised 17 dragons in my time. The trick is proper socialization in the first 3 weeks. And fireproof furniture, of course. You've raised dragons? Hagrid looked at Grandpa with newfound respect. Our spot is part Romanian longhorn, Lily explained. Lives under the stairs. Herman's trained him not to burn the mail. Most days, Herman added proudly. Harry watched as his monster family and Hagrid launched into a detailed discussion of dragon-rearing practices, with Grandpa offering to send his definitive guide to house-training fire-breathers. The casual acceptance of something that would horrify most of the wizarding world reminded him of what he loved most about the Munsters, their ability to see beauty in things others feared. The Christmas feast that evening was magnificent. The great hall sparkled with frost, 12 towering Christmas trees decorated by Hagrid dominated the space, and the ceiling twinkled with magical snow that disappeared before touching anyone below. The house elves had outdone themselves with the meal, even preparing special dishes for the Munsters, rare steaks for Herman, iron-rich foods for Lily, and a tureen of something suspiciously red for Grandpa that made nearby students edge away nervously. Just tomato soup, Grandpa assured them with a wink that did nothing to ease their concern. The Munsters presented Harry with more Christmas gifts. Lily gave him a scrapbook of family photos, Herman contributed a handmade wooden case for his wand, carved it myself, only crushed 3 prototypes, Grandpa provided more dubious potions for various academic emergencies, Eddie gifted him a real werewolf tooth, and Marilyn gave him new winter clothes. Harry, in turn, had purchased small gifts for each of them from Hogsmeade, via special permission from McGonagall. For Herman, a self-repairing model of Hogwarts that automatically fixed itself when broken. For Lily, a perfume that changed scent based on the weather. For Grandpa, rare potion ingredients unavailable in America. For Eddie, a croaking chocolate frog with collectible wizard cards. And for Marilyn, enchanted hairpins that could style themselves. The evening concluded with impromptu entertainment. Dumbledore led the school in carols, with Herman's booming bass causing several goblets to crack. Grandpa transformed into a bat and performed aerial acrobatics to enthusiastic applause. Even Lily demonstrated her vampire abilities by lifting the entire staff table one-handed, to Professor Flitwick's vocal delight and Snape's sour disapproval. As curfew approached, Harry felt a familiar ache in his chest, the bittersweet pain of having to say goodbye again. "Do you have to leave tomorrow?" he asked as the family gathered in the special guest quarters Dumbledore had arranged. "Afraid so, son," Herman said gently. "I've got 3 funerals scheduled for Monday, and Eddie has school." "But we'll see you this summer," Lily reminded him. "And we're so proud of everything you're accomplishing here. Just remember," Grandpa added, suddenly serious, "what I told you after your Quidditch match. Keep your monster senses alert. Something's not right at Hogwarts this year." Harry nodded, thinking of the Philosopher's Stone and the mysterious attempts to steal it. "I will, Grandpa. I promise." The Munsters' departure the next morning left Hogwarts feeling both quieter and somehow less colorful. They left via the Fleur network after breakfast, with Herman getting temporarily stuck again and requiring Hagrid's assistance to push him through. "Be good," Lily called as the green flames engulfed her. "Write every week. Don't forget monster wisdom," was Grandpa's parting advice. "Bring me a toad next time." Eddie's voice echoed from the fireplace. Harry watched them go with a lump in his throat. As the green flames died down, he felt Ron's hand on his shoulder. "Mental family," his friend said with genuine affection. "Absolutely brilliant." The rest of the school year seemed to accelerate after Christmas. Classes became more demanding, Quidditch practice more intense, and the mystery of the Philosopher's Stone more urgent. Through careful investigation, Harry, Ron, and Hermione determined that the stone was indeed hidden at Hogwarts, protected by a series of enchantments created by the teachers. They became convinced that Snape was trying to steal it for Voldemort, despite Grandpa's contrary opinion. Their suspicions intensified after overhearing a threatening conversation between Snape and Quirrell, and learning that Hagrid had accidentally revealed to a stranger how to get past the 3-headed dog guarding the stone. "We need to tell Dumbledore," Hermione insisted. But when they tried, they discovered the headmaster had been called away to London on urgent business. "That's too convenient," Harry frowned. "Someone lured him away on purpose. The stone will be stolen tonight, we have to stop it ourselves." That evening, the trio set out to reach the 3rd-floor corridor and protect the stone. Using Harry's invisibility cloak, a Christmas gift from an anonymous sender who'd claimed it once belonged to James Potter, they navigated past Peeves and reached the room with the 3-headed dog. "It's already asleep," Ron whispered, pointing to a harp playing itself in the corner. "Someone's been here." "We have to follow," Harry said grimly. "Before they get the stone." They slipped through the trapdoor, landing in Professor Sprout's deadly plant trap, Devil's Snare. As the tendrils began wrapping around them, Harry recalled his herbology knowledge. "It's Devil's Snare," Hermione cried. "It likes the dark and damp, so light a fire." Ron choked. "But there's no wood." Hermione panicked. "Have you gone mad?" Ron bellowed. "Are you a witch or not?" "Oh, right." Hermione raised her wand, but Harry was faster. "Wait," he called. Remembering Grandpa's lessons on handling dangerous plants, Harry began stroking the tendrils nearest him in a specific pattern. 3 up, 2 across, gentle pressure. To Ron and Hermione's amazement, the plant around Harry loosened. "How are you doing that?" Hermione gasped. "Monster Botany 101, Harry explained. "Grandpa grows these for home security. They're like prickly cats, hate being touched except in specific patterns." Following Harry's instructions, they all managed to calm the plant enough to wriggle free and continue their pursuit. The next challenge, catching a flying key using broomsticks, played directly to Harry's strengths. His experience with both the Nimbus 2000 and his vampire mother's bat-flying techniques made him uniquely suited to the task. "There," he pointed. "That old-fashioned silver one with the bent wing." With a spectacular aerial maneuver that would have made both James Potter and Lily Munster proud, Harry captured the key and they proceeded to the next room, an enormous wizard's chess set. Here, Ron took charge, directing them as pieces in a brutal game. Harry found himself wishing for Hermione's brute strength or Grandpa's centuries of chess experience. When Ron sacrificed himself to secure their victory, Harry felt a surge of Munster-like loyalty. Family protected family, no matter the cost. With Ron left behind to recover, Harry and Hermione faced Professor Snape's logic puzzle, 7 differently shaped bottles standing in a line, with a riddle to determine which would allow them to proceed and which contained poison. Hermione solved the riddle brilliantly, but there was only enough potion for one person to go forward. "You drink that," Harry told her, pointing to the bottle that would let her return to help Ron. "I'll go on alone." "Harry, be careful," Hermione whispered, hugging him tightly before drinking her potion and turning back. Harry drank from his bottle and stepped through the black flames into the final chamber. There, to his shock, stood not Snape but Professor Quirrell, examining the mirror of Eriste. "You!" Harry gasped. Quirrell smiled, his face devoid of the usual twitching. "Me. I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter. But I thought, Snape, Severus. Yes, he does seem the type, doesn't he? Next to him, who would suspect P.P. Poor, St. stuttering P. Professor Quirrell?" As their confrontation unfolded, Harry learned the terrible truth: Quirrell was sharing his body with Voldemort himself. When Quirrell unwrapped his turban to reveal Voldemort's face growing from the back of his head, Harry felt a surge of both terror and strange recognition. "You're like Hermione," he blurted without thinking. Parts of different people stuck together. The face on the back of Quirrell's head contorted with rage. "I am nothing like your freakish guardian. I am Lord Voldemort. I am power incarnate." "Hermione might be a little clumsy," Harry retorted, finding courage in defending his family, "but he's kind and loving and twice the man you'll ever be." Voldemort ordered Quirrell to seize Harry, but when the professor grabbed him, something extraordinary happened. Quirrell's hands began to blister and burn at the contact with Harry's skin. "Master, I cannot hold him, my hands, my hands." Harry, realizing what was happening, instinctively grabbed Quirrell's face. The professor screamed in agony as his skin blistered beneath Harry's touch. In that crucial moment, Harry remembered the small vial Grandpa had pressed into his hand the day the Munsters departed. "For emergencies only," Grandpa had whispered. "Monster protection against the darkest magic." Harry had kept it in his pocket every day since, not fully understanding its purpose until now. With his free hand, he pulled out the vial and smashed it against Quirrell's chest. The purple liquid inside exploded into a cloud of shimmering mist that enveloped both Harry and Quirrell. Where it touched Harry, it felt cool and soothing, but Quirrell and the face of Voldemort howled as if being dissolved. "What is this magic?" Voldemort screeched. Monster magic, Harry gasped, fighting to maintain consciousness as pain seared through his scar. 2,000 years of vampire wisdom against whatever's left of your soul. The last thing Harry remembered was Quirrell collapsing, Voldemort's spirit tearing itself from the dying body with a terrible shriek, and a cold, spectral form passing through Harry's chest as the world faded to darkness. Harry awoke in the hospital wing 3 days later to find Dumbledore sitting beside his bed. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster smiled. "Sir." "The stone." "Quirrell." "Voldemort." "Calm yourself, dear boy. Quirrell does not have the stone. You prevented that. As for Voldemort, he has once again been defeated, at least temporarily." As Dumbledore explained what had happened, Harry remembered Grandpa's potion. "Sir, there was a potion my grandfather gave me. I used it against Quirrell and Voldemort." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Ah yes. A most remarkable concoction. Professor Snape has been analyzing the residue with great interest. It appears to be a combination of ancient vampire alchemy and obscure protective magic, quite beyond standard wizarding knowledge. Will Grandpa be in trouble for giving me unauthorized potions? On the contrary. I believe several of our potions journals may be requesting interviews with the Count. His formula appears to have enhanced the protection your mother, Lily Potter, already placed within you, allowing you to more effectively repel Voldemort's essence." Harry smiled, imagining Grandpa's smug satisfaction at having his monster potions validated by the wizard community. "Your family has been notified of your adventure, by the way," Dumbledore continued. "I received the most interesting howler from your mother, Lily Munster, yesterday. I believe the phrase, 'if one hair on his head is permanently harmed,' was used, along with some rather creative vampire threats." "They're coming here again?" Harry asked, half hopeful, half terrified. "No need. I assured them you were recovering well. Though your father did apparently crush 3 telephones in succession upon hearing the news." The remainder of the school year passed in a blur of recovery and celebration. Gryffindor won the House Cup thanks to last-minute points awarded for Harry, Ron, and Hermione's bravery. Harry found himself more popular than ever, though he missed his monster family acutely. On the Hogwarts Express home, as the countryside became greener and tidier, Harry felt the conflicting emotions of a boy with 2 worlds. "You must come and stay this summer," said Ron. "Both of you, I'll send an owl." "Thanks," said Harry, "but I'll need to spend time with the Munsters first. They've probably monster-proofed the entire house after what happened with the stone." "Your grandfather's potion was remarkable," Hermione said thoughtfully. "It's not in any standard wizarding texts I've read." "Grandpa would say that's because wizards are too narrow-minded about monster magic," Harry grinned. "He's been complaining about it for centuries, apparently." As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Harry spotted them immediately, Herman towering above the crowd in an ill-fitting suit, Lily elegant in a black parasol to shield her from the sun, Grandpa looking suspiciously at passing muggles, Eddie bouncing excitedly, and Marilyn waving. His 2 worlds, wizard and monster, meeting again. "Ready?" Ron asked as they prepared to cross the barrier back to the Muggle world. Harry nodded, gripping the heartbeat watch in his pocket. "Ready." He stepped through the barrier, leaving Hogwarts behind but carrying its magic with him, just as he carried the Munsters' love and wisdom wherever he went. Harry Potter Munster, the boy who lived at 1313, Mockingbird Lane, heading home. Chapter 3, The Monster Within the Chamber. The summer sun blazed down on 1313, Mockingbird Lane, where Harry Potter Munster sprawled on the front lawn reading Quidditch Through the Ages for the 12th time. The familiar creak of the gate made him look up to see the mailman approaching with a nervous expression. "Morning, Mr. Phillips." Harry called cheerfully. The mailman jumped, clutching his mailbag tighter. "Oh. It's just you, Harry. Where's the rest of your family?" "Dad and Grandpa are in the garage working on a project. Mom's in the basement doing laundry. Eddie's at werewolf summer camp." Relief washed over Mr. Phillips' face. "Wonderful. Just leave these on the porch, would you? He thrust a stack of letters at Harry and backed away rapidly, never turning his back on the house. Harry couldn't blame him. Last week, Herman had enthusiastically offered to help Mr. Phillips with his heavy bag and accidentally ripped it in half, sending mail flying across 3 neighboring yards. The week before that, Grandpa had materialized as a bat directly in front of him while reaching for the morning paper. Flipping through the mail, Harry's heart leapt when he spotted 3 envelopes addressed to him. The first, from Ron, contained a letter full of complaints about his brothers and an invitation to visit the Burrow later in the summer. The second, from Hermione, included a meticulously organized study schedule for their upcoming second year. The third bore the Hogwarts seal. Harry ripped it open eagerly. Along with the usual book list came a note from Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter Munster, please remind your grandfather that unauthorized potions are strictly prohibited at Hogwarts, regardless of their efficacy against Dark Lords. Professor Snape has requested that any future monster remedies be submitted through proper channels for approval. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. Deputy Headmistress. Harry grinned, imagining Grandpa's indignation at having to submit his 2,000-year-old recipes for approval. Speaking of Grandpa, a loud crash from the garage suggested the project wasn't going well. Tucking the letters into his pocket, Harry jogged toward the commotion. He pushed open the garage door to find a scene of magnificent chaos. Herman stood scratching his flat-topped head beside what appeared to be an ordinary Ford Anglia. Ordinary, except that it hovered 3 feet off the ground and its hood was smoking ominously. Grandpa, his face blackened with soot, poked at the floating vehicle's undercarriage with a long wand. "Ah, Harry!" Herman boomed. "Perfect timing. Come see what Grandpa and I have been working on. We're making improvements on this flying car I won in a poker game," Grandpa announced proudly. Some British wizard couldn't cover his bet. Doesn't know monster magic trumps wizard luck every time. Harry approached cautiously. "A real flying car? Isn't that illegal?" "Only if you get caught." Grandpa winked. "Besides, I've enhanced it with monster features no ministry busybody would recognize. Watch this." He tapped the hood with his wand, and the car turned invisible, except for Herman, whose top half now appeared to float in midair. "Amazing, isn't it?" Herman grinned, waving his seemingly disembodied arms. "Once we work out a few kinks, we can fly you to King's Cross Station in style." "The kinks being?" Harry asked, eyeing the smoking engine. "Well," Herman began, just as the car gave an alarming lurch. "It's a bit temperamental about carrying passengers over 200 pounds. And I'm 650. Grandpa supplied helpfully. "Mostly spare parts and bolts." The car suddenly dropped, landing on Herman's foot. "Wee-ow," he bellowed, hopping in pain and colliding with a shelf of potion ingredients. Glass vials rained down, some shattering on the concrete floor and creating small explosions of colorful smoke. "Dad!" "Grandpa!" Lily's voice preceded her as she glided into the garage. "What in the name of Transylvania is going on here? The neighbors are complaining about the noise again." "Just a small technical issue, dear," Herman said, trying to look innocent despite the chaos surrounding him. "Herman Munster. Is that a flying car?" Lily's eyes narrowed. "After what happened with the rocket-powered lawn mower?" "Now Lily," Grandpa intervened, "this is completely different. The lawn mower only went up. This car goes forward too. That's supposed to reassure me." Lily sighed, then noticed Harry. "Darling, there you are. Did your Hogwarts letter arrive?" Harry nodded, showing her the supply list and McGonagall's note. Lily read it and raised an eyebrow at her father. "Really, father? Unauthorized potions? That potion saved Harry's life." Grandpa protested indignantly. 2,000 years of vampire wisdom, and they want proper channels. "Bah! Well, we'll need to visit Diagon Alley soon for Harry's new supplies, Lily said. And no, we will not be taking this contraption, she added, pointing at the floating car, which chose that moment to belch out a cloud of purple smoke. We could test it with a short flight, Herman suggested hopefully. Just around the neighborhood? Lily's expression would have withered a lesser man, but Herman just smiled sheepishly. Or not. Harry couldn't help laughing. After the intensity of his first year at Hogwarts, facing Voldemort, protecting the Philosopher's Stone, nearly dying, the familiar Munster chaos felt wonderfully normal. Come on, Harry, Lily said, putting an arm around his shoulders. Let's leave these two to their tinkering. I need help brewing blood pudding for dinner. Real blood pudding or Herman-friendly pudding? Harry asked as they walked toward the house. The usual compromise, regular pudding with food coloring for your father, the real thing for me and Grandpa, Lily winked. Herman still hasn't figured it out after 50 years of marriage. As Harry helped in the kitchen, carefully adding iron supplements to Lily's portion of the pudding, he reflected on how smoothly he'd slipped back into monster family life. At Hogwarts, he was the boy who lived, famous for surviving Voldemort's attack and notorious for his unusual upbringing. But here, he was just Harry, a wizard boy in a monster family where being different was the norm. Later that night, as the family gathered for dinner in their cavernous dining room, Herman raised his massive glass in a toast. To Harry, completing his first year at wizard school with flying colors. Stopping evil professors, winning at Quidditch, and showing everyone what a Munster can do. Here, here. Grandpa cheered, fangs gleaming. Though technically, Harry isn't a Munster by blood. But who needs blood relations when you've got real relations? He paused. Well, I need blood, obviously, but that's a vampire thing. You guys are the best, Harry said, genuinely moved. Most parents would freak out knowing their kid almost died fighting Voldemort. You're just proud I won. Of course we're proud. Herman exclaimed. Though your mother did crush her favorite vase when Dumbledore's letter arrived. And Herman fainted, Lily added with a smile. I did not faint. Herman protested. I merely sat down very quickly. On the floor. With my eyes closed. The point is, Lily continued, we're incredibly proud of your bravery, but we'd prefer if your second year involved fewer near-death experiences. No promises, Harry grinned, but I'll try. The conversation shifted to Eddie's adventures at Camp Wolf Moon. He's won the Midnight Howling contest 3 nights running, and Maryland's summer college courses. As they talked, Harry felt the familiar comfort of being completely accepted, monster wisdom, wizard powers, and all. The Diagon Alley trip came with its own Munster-style complications. To avoid attracting too much Muggle attention on the way to the leaky cauldron, Herman reluctantly agreed to wear a large trench coat and hat that made him look like a cartoon detective. Grandpa refused any disguise, insisting that modern Londoners wouldn't recognize a vampire if one bit them on the neck, which I won't, of course, he added hastily at Lily's sharp look. They made quite a spectacle emerging from the magical brick entrance into Diagon Alley, 7-foot Herman ducking to avoid hitting his head, Lily gliding elegantly under a black parasol, Grandpa criticizing everything as not as good as it was in 1705, and Harry trying to act like this was all perfectly normal. I need to visit Gringotts first, Harry explained, leading the way toward the snowy white building that towered over the other shops. Goblins. Grandpa rubbed his hands together. I haven't seen a good goblin in decades. Did I ever tell you about the Goblin Rebellion of 1612? I advised the Goblin General on battle strategy. Claimed all the credit himself afterward, the ungrateful little father, Lily interrupted gently, perhaps save the historical anecdotes for when we're not in a crowded street. Inside Gringotts, the goblins regarded the Munsters with surprising equanimity. Creatures themselves, they showed more respect to Herman and Lily than most wizards did. After retrieving money from Harry's vault, they headed back into the sunlight to begin their shopping. Why don't we split up? Lily suggested practically. Harry needs robes and books. Herman, Why don't you take him to Madame Malkin's while father and I visit the apothecary? We'll meet at Flourish and Blot's in an hour. Harry wasn't entirely sure leaving Herman unsupervised in a robe shop was wise, but he nodded agreement. As they parted ways, Grandpa called after them, "Remember, Harry, if anyone gives you trouble about being raised by monsters, turn them into a toad. I packed that transformation potion in your left pocket." "Father!" Lily exclaimed. "No unauthorized transformations." Fine, Grandpa grumbled. "Just showing wizard bullies a little monster justice." Herman placed a massive green hand on Harry's shoulder as they walked toward Madame Malkin's. "Your grandfather means well. He's just protective. We all are, after what happened last year." "I know, Dad," Harry said, smiling up at his towering adoptive father. "But I can handle myself." "Of course you can. You're a Munster," Herman declared loudly, causing several nearby witches to jump and scurry away. "Well, a Potter Munster, but that's even better. Twice the family legacy." Madame Malkin remembered Harry from the previous year and managed to hide her surprise at Herman admirably. She merely blinked twice when the massive, green-faced man ducked through her doorway, then professionally asked if he needed robes as well. "Oh no, I'm just here with my son," Herman explained, gesturing toward Harry. "Though I've always wondered what I'd look like in wizard fashion." He picked up a nearby hat and placed it on his flat head, where it perched comically small. While Harry was fitted for new robes, Herman wandered around the shop, examining magical accessories with childlike curiosity. Only one small disaster occurred when he accidentally sat on a self-measuring tape that wrapped itself frantically around his massive frame before snapping. "So sorry about that." Herman apologized, fishing in his pockets for Muggle money to pay for the damage. "Never know my own strength sometimes." After finishing at Madame Malkin's, they headed toward Flourish and Blot's to meet Lily and Grandpa. As they approached, they noticed a large crowd pushing into the bookshop. "What's going on?" Harry wondered. A sign outside provided the answer. "Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical M.E. today 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. Gilderoy Lockhart." Herman frowned. "Isn't he that fancy wizard author your mother's been reading? The one with the too perfect smile?" "That's him," Harry confirmed, spotting the man himself through the bookshop window, blonde hair, dazzling smile, forget-me-not blue robes that exactly matched his eyes. They squeezed inside, Herman carefully turning sideways to fit through the door. The shop was packed with witches around Lily's age, though considerably more alive-looking, all trying to get closer to Lockhart. A harassed-looking wizard at the door tried to control the crowd. "Easy ladies, please, don't push, mind the books now." Harry spotted Lily and Grandpa already inside. Lily stood near the front, looking singularly unimpressed by Lockhart's preening, while Grandpa examined a book titled Vampires, Myths and Misconceptions, with increasing indignation. "Completely wrong," they heard him muttering. "Garlic causing hives. Maybe for amateur vampires. And this diagram of Fong structure, laughable." Harry had just reached them when a short man with a camera bumped into him. "Out of the way, there," he snarled at Harry. "This is for the Daily Prophet, Harry." "Harry Potter." Lockhart had looked up and spotted him. The crowd parted, whispering excitedly, as Lockhart dived forward, seized Harry's arm, and pulled him to the front. The crowd burst into applause. "Nice big smile, Harry," Lockhart said through his own gleaming teeth. "Together, you and I are worth the front page." Before Harry could protest, he was trapped beside Lockhart as cameras flashed. He caught a glimpse of Herman and Lily pushing forward with concerned expressions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart announced, silencing the crowd with a wave. "What an extraordinary moment this is. The perfect moment for me to make a little announcement I've been sitting on for some time." He gave the crowd a theatrical pause. "When young Harry here stepped into Flourish and Blot's today, he only wanted to buy my autobiography, which I shall be happy to present him with free of charge, the crowd applauded again. He had no idea that he would shortly be getting much, much more than my book, Magical Me. He and his schoolmates will, in fact, be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that this September, I will be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The crowd cheered wildly, but Harry barely heard them. He was too busy being presented with the entire collected works of Gilderoy Lockhart, which were so heavy he nearly staggered under their weight. Managing to break away from Lockhart at last, he headed toward the edge of the room where he spotted the Weasleys. "Harry!" Ron called, waving him over. "We've been looking for you. Did you get trapped by that Get Lockhart too?" "You have no idea," Harry replied, dumping the books into Ginny Weasley's cauldron. "You can have these. I'll buy my own." A drawling voice interrupted them. "Bet you loved that, didn't you, Potter? Famous Harry Potter can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page." Harry turned to see Draco Malfoy standing there with his usual sneer. "Leave him alone," said Ginny, glaring at Malfoy. "He didn't want all that. Look, Potter's got himself a girlfriend." Malfoy drawled. "Though I'm surprised you're interested in normal witches. Thought you'd only date monsters, given your upbringing." Harry felt his temper rising, but before he could respond, a massive shadow fell over them all. Herman Munster loomed behind Malfoy, his height blocking out the shop's lights. "Excuse me, young man," Herman said in his deep voice. "Did I hear you say something about monsters?" Malfoy turned slowly, his pale face going even whiter as he looked up, and up at Herman's green face and bolted neck. I didn't mean." he stammered. Herman smiled widely, showing his slightly uneven teeth. "I'm Herman Munster, Harry's father." "And you are?" "Draco Malfoy," the boy squeaked. "Ah. Harry's mentioned you in his letters," Herman said cheerfully. "Though he didn't mention how small you are. You must be at least a foot shorter than our Eddie, and he's only 14. Malfoy seemed unable to form a coherent response, his usual arrogance evaporating in the face of Herman's monstrous appearance. He was saved by the arrival of his own father, a tall man with the same pale, pointed face and cold gray eyes. "Draco," Mr. Malfoy placed a hand on his son's shoulder, his gaze fixed on Herman. "I see you're socializing. Ah, you must be Mr. Malfoy Sr." Herman thrust out his hand enthusiastically. "Herman Munster, Harry's father." "Well, adoptive father, technically, but we don't stand on ceremony in the monster community." Mr. Malfoy didn't take the offered hand. "Yes. I've heard about Dumbledore's unconventional placement choice for Potter." His eyes slid to Harry. One wonders what James and Lily Potter would think, seeing their son raised by creatures. The temperature in the shop seemed to drop. Herman's friendly smile faded, and his massive shoulders straightened to their full, intimidating height. Before he could speak, however, Lily and Grandpa appeared beside him. "I believe," Lily said, her vampire elegance making her seem every inch the aristocrat despite her undead status, that the Potters would be grateful their son was raised with love and acceptance rather than prejudice and narrow-mindedness. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Grandpa stepped forward. "I'm the Count," he introduced himself with a slight bow. "Perhaps you've heard of me. Featured in several books, had a rather famous novel written about me, been destroying pompous bloodlines like yours for centuries." Mr. Malfoy's hand tightened on his walking stick, which Harry noticed contained what appeared to be a concealed wand. "I'm well aware of who, and what, you all are. The Ministry has quite extensive files on your families, activities." "Oh, the Ministry." Grandpa laughed. "I've been evading their regulations since before your great-grandfather was born, Sonny. The confrontation might have escalated further if not for the timely arrival of Mr. Weasley with Fred and George." Well, Lucius Malfoy," Mr. Weasley said coldly. "Arthur Weasley." Mr. Malfoy matched his cold tone. Busy time at the ministry, I hear. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime. He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted, from amid the glossy Lockhart books, a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Obviously not, Mr. Malfoy said. Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Mr. Weasley flushed darker than Ron. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy. Clearly, said Mr. Malfoy, his pale eyes drifting to Lily and Grandpa, then to Herman. Associating with monsters. Muggles and mudbloods, the company you keep, Weasley. There was a thud of metal as Ginny's cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley had thrown himself at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. Dozens of heavy spellbooks came thundering down on all their heads. Get him, Dad! Fred and George yelled. No, no, gentlemen, please. Herman intervened, physically lifting both fighting men off the ground with embarrassing ease. Let's not have any violence in front of the children. He set them down several feet apart, holding them at arm's length like misbehaving puppies. Now, I'm sure we can settle this like civilized people, can't we? The sheer absurdity of being called civilized by a 7-foot Frankenstein monster seemed to penetrate the men's anger. Mr. Weasley straightened his robes, looking slightly abashed, while Mr. Malfoy thrust Ginny's old textbook back at her, his eyes gleaming with malice. Here, girl, take your book, it's the best your father can give you. Getting up, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. Wow, Dad, said Fred, looking impressed. I didn't know you had it in you. Arthur, what an example to set for your children, scolded Mrs. Weasley, appearing suddenly. Fighting in public, what would people think? They'd think he was standing up for what's right. Grandpa declared. I haven't seen a good wizard duel in decades. Well, except for that business with Voldemort and Harry last year, but I wasn't there for that. The Weasleys all stared at Grandpa's casual mention of Voldemort's name, then at the Munsters in general, suddenly registering the green-faced giant, elegant vampire, and ancient count standing in their midst. Oh! Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. You must be Harry's family. Sure are. Herman boomed, shaking her hand enthusiastically. Herman Munster, and this is my wife Lily, and her father, the Count. We've heard all about the Weasleys from Harry's letters. The flying car experiments, the magical home additions, kindred spirits, I'd say. Mrs. Weasley looked slightly stunned, but Mr. Weasley's face lit up. Flying car. You've been experimenting with those too. I've got a Ford Anglia myself that I've been modifying. Invisibility booster, flight capabilities. That's exactly what we've been working on. Herman exclaimed. Though we're having some weight distribution issues. The car doesn't seem to like carrying me for more than a few minutes before dropping like a stone. Fascinating. Mr. Weasley looked ready to launch into a detailed technical discussion before Mrs. Weasley cleared her throat pointedly. Perhaps we should finish our shopping before discussing experimental vehicles that I'm sure are perfectly legal, she suggested. Oh, absolutely legal. Herman agreed, winking conspiratorially at Mr. Weasley. Nothing to worry about at all. The two families finished their shopping together, with Herman and Mr. Weasley falling into an animated conversation about magical modifications to Muggle objects, Lily and Mrs. Weasley discussing household management. Getting bloodstains out of Herman's work shirts is such a trial, especially when they're not his blood, and Grandpa regaling Fred and George with increasingly outlandish tales of his past magical mischief, which they absorbed with expressions of pure admiration. By the time they parted ways, Harry had secured an invitation to spend the final week of summer holidays at the Burrow, as long as your folks are comfortable with it, of course, Mrs. Weasley added, still looking slightly overwhelmed by the Munsters. Oh, we trust Harry completely, Lily assured her. He's very responsible for a boy raised by monsters. The final days of summer at 1313, Mockingbird Lane passed quickly. Harry packed his trunk with everything he'd need for his second year, including several unmarked potion vials that Grandpa slipped in when Lily wasn't looking. Just in case, the old vampire winked. Nothing dangerous, well, nothing lethal to humans, anyway. The night before Harry was due to leave for the burrow, Herman knocked on his bedroom door. "Got a minute, son?" he asked, ducking to fit through the doorway. "Your mother and I wanted to give you something before you go." Harry set aside his copy of Quidditch Through the Ages. "Sure, Dad." Herman sat down on Harry's bed, which creaked alarmingly under his weight. From his pocket, he produced a small handheld mirror in an ornate silver frame. "This is a two-way monster mirror," Herman explained, his voice unusually serious. "Been in the family for generations. Lily and I have the matching one. If you ever need us, for anything at all, just say our names into it. Works anywhere, even at Hogwarts. Monster magic operates on different frequencies than wizard spells, you know." Harry took the mirror, touched by the gesture. "Thanks, Dad. I'll keep it with me. We just want you to know we're always there for you," Herman continued, patting Harry's shoulder carefully. "Even when we're physically far apart. Being a monster in a human world isn't always easy, being a wizard raised by monsters in a wizard world must be even trickier." "I'm managing okay," Harry assured him. "Having the Munster name actually helps sometimes. Scares off bullies." Herman chuckled. "That's the spirit. Use your monster reputation strategically." He stood, making the floorboards groan. "Now get some sleep. Big day tomorrow. I've fixed the flying car, so we can take you to the Weasleys in style." "Dad, no." Harry protested, alarmed. "We can't just fly into the Weasleys' yard." "The Ministry, oh, we won't be flying the whole way," Herman assured him. "Just over the traffic jams. With the invisibility booster, no one will see us. Mostly." Harry groaned, imagining the disaster potential of Herman piloting a semi-invisible flying car. But arguing with Herman when he was excited about one of his improvements was futile. He'd just have to hope for the best. The next morning, Harry's fears proved partially founded. The flying car worked, technically, but the invisibility booster flickered unpredictably, making them appear and disappear over suburban neighborhoods. Herman's enthusiasm for aerial driving also led to several near misses with birds, planes, and at one point, a very surprised window washer on a skyscraper. "Oops. Sorry about that." Herman called out the window as they swerved away from the man's platform. "Still working out the steering kinks." They arrived at the burrow only 30 minutes late and with just one minor dent in the car's fender from where Herman had misjudged the distance to a tree. The Weasley family poured out of their home, looking up in amazement as the Munsters' car circled their yard before landing with a solid thump. "Marvelous!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed, rushing forward. "Absolutely marvelous. How did you manage the invisibility consistency? Mine always flickers after about 50 miles. Arthur. Mrs. Weasley scolded. "Don't encourage them." Harry extracted himself from the car, relieved to be on solid ground. Lily emerged looking perfectly composed despite the harrowing journey, while Herman unfolded his massive frame from the driver's seat, beaming proudly. "Not bad for a test flight, he boomed. Only disappeared twice over populated areas. That's a 50% improvement from last week." After saying goodbye to his monster parents, with Herman crushing him in a bear hug that made his ribs creak, Harry settled into the warm chaos of the Weasley household. It wasn't entirely unlike the Munster home, both featured unexpected explosions, strange creatures, and the occasional structural damage, but the burrow's magic was decidedly more wizard standard. The week passed pleasantly, with Harry teaching Ron wizard chess strategies he'd learned from Grandpa: always think 8 moves ahead, and when in doubt, create a distraction by turning into a bat. Fred and George were particularly interested in Harry's monster upbringing, peppering him with questions about Grandpa's potions and Herman's strength. Could he really lift a car with one hand? George asked eagerly. Easily, Harry confirmed. Though he usually dents it in the process. On their last night at the Burrow, Mrs. Weasley conjured a sumptuous farewell dinner in the garden. Harry was just helping himself to a third serving of treacle tart when the topic of getting to King's Cross came up. "Ministry cars again?" asked Percy importantly. "No, dear, your father's picking us up in the Ford Anglia," Mrs. Weasley replied. "We should all fit with the magical expansion." "Speaking of which," Mr. Weasley leaned toward Harry conspiratorially, "how exactly did your father manage the weight distribution issue with his flying car?" "I've been having the same problem. Once I load more than 4 people, the engine starts making the most alarming noises." Harry grinned. "Grandpa added some kind of vampire levitation potion to the fuel mixture. Said something about blood of a bat mixed with essence of moonlight. I'm not sure it's entirely legal." "Fascinating." Mr. Weasley's eyes gleamed. "I wonder if I could adapt something similar." "Arthur." Mrs. Weasley warned from the other end of the table. "Don't even think about it." The next morning brought the usual last-minute packing chaos, with forgotten books, misplaced wands, and Fred and George setting off a small explosion while trying to pack some mysterious items into their trunks. By the time they all piled into Mr. Weasley's magically expanded Ford Anglia, they were running dangerously late. They reached King's Cross at 11:15. Mr. Weasley dashed across the road to get trolleys for their trunks and they all hurried into the station. Harry had gone through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 the previous year, so he knew exactly what to do. "I'll go first with Ginny, and you lot follow in pairs," Mrs. Weasley instructed, marching toward the barrier with her daughter. They vanished through the seemingly solid wall. Percy went next, then Fred and George. Harry and Ron positioned themselves for their turn, pushing their trolleys forward. They were almost at the barrier when a group of Japanese tourists swarmed around them, blocking their path momentarily. By the time the crowd cleared, they had barely a minute before the train departed. "Come on, we'll go together, we've only got seconds," Ron said urgently. They pushed their trolleys toward the barrier at a run. 3 feet away, 2 feet, 1 foot. Crash! Both trolleys hit the barrier and bounced backward. Ron's trunk fell off with a loud thump, Harry was knocked off his feet, and Hedwig's cage bounced onto the shiny floor, causing her to screech indignantly. "What in blazes do you think you're doing?" yelled a nearby guard. "Sorry," Harry gasped, picking himself up. Lost control of the trolley. Ron scrambled to his feet and discreetly kicked his trunk. "Why can't we get through?" he hissed to Harry. "I don't know." Harry looked at the clock overhead. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. "The train leaves at exactly 11 o'clock, Ron said, panic rising in his voice. "We've missed it." The clock struck 11, and the barrier remained closed and impenetrable. "What do we do?" Ron looked around desperately. "My parents will be stuck on the other side. How will we get to Hogwarts?" Harry thought quickly. They needed a plan, and with the barrier mysteriously sealed, they had limited options. The car, he realized suddenly. Your dad's car. We can fly it to Hogwarts. Ron's eyes widened. Can you drive it? No, but I've watched my dad do it dozens of times, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. How hard can it be? Very hard, as it turned out. After retrieving the car from the station parking lot and activating its invisibility booster, which worked about as well as Herman's version, they set off northward, rising above the clouds to avoid being seen. So this is what your summers are like with the Munsters? Ron asked as they soared over London, the invisibility booster flickering ominously. Mad adventures in flying vehicles? Pretty much, Harry grinned, wrestling with the steering wheel. Though usually Herman or Grandpa causes the catastrophes, not me. The journey started smoothly enough, but as they followed the Hogwarts Express northward, problems mounted. The invisibility booster failed completely, just like Dad's, the engine began overheating, and they lost sight of the train as evening approached. Check the map, Harry instructed Ron as they flew over a large lake. We must be nearly there. Ron consulted the map, then pointed ahead. That way. Hogwarts should be just beyond those mountains. As darkness fell, they began their descent, the car sputtering alarmingly. I think we're in trouble, Harry muttered, fighting to keep control as the engine coughed and died. Brace yourself. The car plummeted toward the ground. Harry yanked desperately at the steering wheel, aiming for an open patch of grass near the castle walls. With a sickening crunch of metal on wood, they clipped the top of a massive tree before crash-landing on the lawn. Are you okay? Harry asked Ron, whose face was pressed against the dashboard. I think so, Ron groaned, straightening up. What did we hit? Before Harry could answer, something slammed into the side of the car with the force of a charging elephant. The car rocked violently as a branch as thick as a python smashed into the windshield. It's the Whomping Willow! Ron shouted as another branch punched a dent in the passenger door. Of all the trees on the grounds, we had to crash into the one that hits back. The tree seemed intent on destroying both them and the car, its branches pummeling every surface. Just when Harry thought they were done for, the car roared back to life. With a squeal of tires on grass, it reversed away from the tree, narrowly avoiding a final massive branch that gouged the earth where they'd been seconds before. That was close, Harry breathed, only to yelp in surprise as the car doors flung open and invisible hands seemed to eject them and their belongings onto the grass. The car then sped off toward the forbidden forest, trunk open and spilling their last possessions. Come back! Ron yelled, brandishing a broken wand. Dad'll kill me! But the car disappeared into the darkness, engine chugging indignantly. Can you believe our luck? Ron moaned, picking up his rat Scabbers, who had been flung from his pocket during their ejection. Of all the trees we could have hit. Let's just get inside, Harry suggested, gathering his scattered belongings. The feast's probably started already. They trudged up to the castle, bruised and disheveled. Through the windows, they could see the great hall blazing with light, confirming that the start-of-term banquet was underway. They slipped through the front doors and crossed the deserted entrance hall, hoping to sneak into the feast unnoticed. The plan failed spectacularly when they ran directly into Argus Filch, the caretaker. Well, he wheezed gleefully. What do we have here? Students out of bounds already. The barrier at King's Cross, Harry began to explain. Save your excuses, Filch snarled. Follow me. Professor Snape will want to hear about this. Filch led them down to the dungeons and into Snape's office, a gloomy room lined with shelves of slimy things floating in glass jars. The potions master appeared moments later, his sallow face twisted with malicious pleasure. So, he said softly, the train isn't good enough for the famous Harry Potter Munster and his faithful sidekick Weasley. Wanted to arrive with a bang, did we? No, sir, it was the barrier at King's Cross, silence. Snape snapped. What have you done with the car? Harry's heart sank. How did he know about the car? He glanced at Ron, who looked just as bewildered. Snape unrolled a copy of the Evening Prophet. You were seen, he hissed, showing them the headline. Flying Ford Anglia mystifies Muggles. He began reading aloud about the various Muggle sightings of their flight. With each word, Harry's heart sank further. This was bad. Very bad. You have risked exposure of our world. Snape's voice had dropped to a deadly whisper. You have caused serious damage to a Whomping Willow that has been on these grounds since before you were born. Honestly, Professor, the tree did more damage to us, Ron interjected. Silence. Snape snapped again. I assure you that were you in Slytherin house, you would be on the train home tonight. As it is, they are not in your house, Severus, came Professor McGonagall's voice from the doorway. The decision about their punishment rests with me. If Harry had hoped for mercy from his head of house, he was sorely disappointed. McGonagall looked, if possible, even angrier than Snape. She raised her wand, and for one wild moment, Harry thought she might curse them, but she merely conjured 2 chairs and pointed at them. "Sit," she commanded. They sat. "Explain," she said, her glasses glinting ominously. Harry launched into their story, explaining about the barrier refusing to let them through. When he finished, McGonagall stared at them through her square spectacles. "Why didn't you send us an owl?" "I believe you have an owl," she said coldly to Harry. Harry gaped at her. Now that she mentioned it, sending an owl would have been the sensible solution. In his panic, he defaulted to Munster-style problem-solving, direct, dramatic action with a high probability of property damage. I didn't think, that," said Professor McGonagall, "is obvious." There was a knock on the office door and Snape, looking delighted, opened it. Professor Dumbledore stood there, surveying Harry and Ron with an expression of grave disappointment that made Harry feel far worse than all of Snape's sneering. After a painfully tense conversation, during which Dumbledore extracted their full story, the verdict was delivered: detention, but no expulsion. They would be allowed to stay at Hogwarts, though a letter would be sent to both sets of parents. "Oh no," Ron groaned as they left the office. "My mom will have kittens when she hears about this. Dad might be secretly impressed about the car, but Mom will murder me." "At least your mom won't literally turn into a bat and fly here to lecture you in person," Harry pointed out. "Grandpa might think it's hilarious, but Lily will be furious. And Herman." He winced, imagining his adoptive father's disappointed face. "Herman will probably crush another telephone." They made their way to Gryffindor Tower, where the start-of-term feast had been relocated after they'd missed dinner in the Great Hall. Their housemates greeted them like conquering heroes, impressed by their dramatic entrance in the flying car. Even Percy's disapproval couldn't dampen the admiration of the other students. "Brilliant," Lee Jordan declared, pumping Harry's hand. "Inspired. What an entrance. Flying a car right into the Whomping Willow, people'll be talking about that one for years." "It wasn't intentional," Harry tried to explain, but no one seemed to care. The Munster reputation for spectacular chaos had apparently followed him to Hogwarts. Later that night, as Harry lay in his 4-poster bed listening to Dean and Seamus detailing how they'd have improved the flying car entrance, should have aimed for the Great Hall roof, he felt a mixture of relief and apprehension. He'd survived their disastrous arrival, but something told him this year at Hogwarts would bring even greater challenges. He was right. The first sign came at breakfast the next morning when hundreds of owls swooped into the Great Hall delivering mail. A large, grey school owl landed in front of Ron, carrying what looked ominously like an official envelope. "Oh no," Ron gasped. But it was too late. The envelope rose from the table and exploded into speech, Mrs. Weasley's amplified voice filling the hall, "Stealing the CR, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I went through when we saw it was gone, Mrs." Weasley's shouts made the plates and spoons rattle on the table. Students throughout the hall turned to stare as the howler continued its tirade. Ron sank so low in his chair that only his crimson forehead was visible. "Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this." Harry was just thinking how grateful he was that the Munsters couldn't send howlers when a second owl swooped down, dropping a thick purple envelope in front of him. The envelope was smoking slightly at the corners. "Is that a howler too?" Ron asked, momentarily distracted from his own. "I don't think so," Harry said nervously. "It looks like one of Grandpa's special delivery methods." As Mrs. Weasley's howler finished berating Ron and shredded itself, Harry's purple envelope began to expand, growing larger and larger until it was the size of a briefcase. Then, with a puff of purple smoke, it transformed into a miniature version of Lily Munster, about 8 inches tall, standing on Harry's breakfast plate with her hands on her hips. "Harry James Potter Munster," the tiny Lily declared, her voice magically amplified to reach the entire hall. "A flying car. Crashing into a magical tree. Exposure to muggles. I expected better judgment from you." The Great Hall fell silent, all eyes now fixed on the miniature vampire berating Harry. Unlike Mrs. Weasley's disembodied voice, this magical message appeared to be semi-interactive, as tiny Lily's eyes focused directly on Harry's mortified face. "We raised you to be more responsible than this." Herman is beside himself, he's crushed 3 telephones and the grandfather clock. "And don't get me started on what this has done to your father's blood pressure, well, if he had blood pressure." Several students tittered nervously, while others stared in fascination at the elegantly dressed miniature vampire now pacing across Harry's toast. "Your grandfather thinks it's hilarious, of course," tiny Lily continued, rolling her eyes. "Says it reminds him of his wild youth in 1547. But I'm very disappointed, young man. If I hear of any more Munster-style catastrophes, I'll come to Hogwarts myself, and you know how Herman gets when we travel internationally." Harry winced at the thought. The last time Herman had traveled overseas, he'd caused an international incident involving 3 embassy officials, a destroyed chandelier, and what the Muggle newspapers had called the strangest power outage in Parisian history. "We love you, darling," tiny Lily's voice softened. "But please try to be more careful. The Munster name carries enough chaotic reputation without adding international magical incident to it." With that, tiny Lily blew him a kiss, then dissolved back into purple smoke, leaving only the faint scent of lilies and a slight scorch mark on Harry's plate. The great hall remained silent for a moment before erupting in curious whispers and poorly suppressed laughter. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall looked torn between disapproval of the disruption and fascination with the magical method of delivery. Dumbledore's eyes merely twinkled with amusement. "Blimey," Ron breathed, momentarily forgetting his own humiliation. "That was brilliant. Scary, but brilliant. Was that really your mum?" "A magical projection of her," Harry explained, his face burning. "Grandpa's been perfecting them for years. Says they're more personal than howlers." "More embarrassing, you mean," Ron commiserated. "Though at least yours wasn't just yelling. Did you see Snape's face when she mentioned your grandfather's wild youth in the 1500s? Looked like he'd swallowed a lemon." Their first day of classes did little to improve matters. In herbology, they worked with mandrakes, dangerous plants whose cries could kill. Harry's experience with Grandpa's exotic specimens proved helpful, as he instinctively knew the correct pressure to use when repotting the squirming root babies. "Excellent technique, Mr. Potter Munster," Professor Sprout praised. "Most students handle them too roughly or too gently their first time." "Thanks," Harry replied. "Grandpa grows screaming snapdragons that actually breathe fire if you grip them wrong. These are easier." Transfiguration proved more challenging, as they attempted to turn beetles into buttons. Ron's broken wand caused numerous problems, including sending his beetle shooting across the room trailing smoke. Harry managed only partial transformations until he remembered Grandpa's advice about visualization. "Don't just think about the change," the old vampire had instructed during summer lessons. "Feel it. Imagine the essence transforming, not just the shape." With this approach, Harry successfully completed the transfiguration, earning a rare nod of approval from Professor McGonagall. Defense against the dark arts, however, was a disaster. Professor Lockhart turned out to be more interested in his own fame than in teaching useful skills. His first lesson involved releasing a cage full of Cornish pixies into the classroom, then fleeing when they wreaked havoc. "Can you believe him?" Hermione said as they battled the pixies. She had developed an alarming admiration for Lockhart that baffled both Harry and Ron. "He just wants to give us practical experience," she insisted, freezing several pixies with a clever immobility charm. "Practical experience in running away, maybe," Ron grumbled, swatting at a pixie pulling his ear. Harry found himself wishing for Grandpa's no-nonsense approach to magical pests. The Count would have had these pixies contained in seconds, probably using some ancient vampire trick that was only partially ethical but undeniably effective. As the day ended, Harry hoped things would improve. They didn't. The following morning, an excitable first-year named Colin Creevy ambushed him for photographs, trailing him around and asking for signed pictures to prove I've met the boy who lived with monsters. Worse, Draco Malfoy overheard and began loudly mocking Harry about his celebrity status and freak family, causing a scene in the courtyard. When Lockhart appeared and insisted on taking a joint photo with Harry, the mortification was complete. The only bright spot came during Quidditch practice, where Harry's flying skills, honed through a summer of aerial Munster adventures, shone brilliantly. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor team captain, was thrilled with Harry's improved speed and maneuverability. "Whatever those monster relatives taught you over summer, keep it up," Wood enthused after Harry performed a particularly difficult diving catch. "I've never seen flying like that." Unfortunately, their practice was interrupted by the Slytherin team, who arrived with written permission from Snape to use the field for training their new seeker, Draco Malfoy. Adding insult to injury, the Slytherins all carried gleaming new Nimbus 2001 brooms, gifts from Lucius Malfoy. "At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in," Hermione said sharply. "They got in on pure talent." "No one asked your opinion, you filthy little mudblood," Malfoy spat. The effect was immediate. The Gryffindor team erupted in outrage, with the Weasley twins having to restrain their brother from physically attacking Malfoy. Harry, who had grown up with monsters often called far worse names, recognized the slur for what it was, pure bigotry. "Take that back, Malfoy," he said quietly, stepping forward. His voice carried a strange intensity that made several people step back. Now, something in Harry's demeanor, perhaps the calm certainty he'd learned from Lily when handling dangerous situations, or the unyielding stance that mirrored Hermione's rare moments of genuine anger, made even Malfoy hesitate. "Or what, Potter freak? Going to set your monster family on me?" "I don't need my family to deal with bullies," Harry replied evenly. "But you should know that Grandpa has a saying, those who judge others for their blood usually have the thinnest skin when judged themselves." Ron's attempt to curse Malfoy with his broken wand backfired spectacularly, leaving him vomiting slugs and requiring a trip to Hagrid's hut for treatment. As they sat in the gamekeeper's cabin, Hermione explained to Harry what mudblood meant, a foul name for Muggle-born wizards. "It's ridiculous prejudice," she concluded, helping Ron into a basin as he belched up more slugs. "Some wizards think they're better because they're pure blood." "Sounds familiar," Harry said grimly. "Just like how some wizards look down on monsters for not being fully human." "That's exactly it," Hagrid nodded approvingly. "Stupid prejudice, the lot of it. The best wizards I ever met were Muggle-born. Look at your mum, Harry, your birth mum, I mean. Cleverest witch of her age, she was." "Both my moms would agree with you," Harry said. "Lily Munster might be a vampire, but she always taught me to judge people by their actions, not their origins." As they walked back to the castle, Harry found himself reflecting on the parallels between the prejudice Hermione faced and what his monster family encountered daily. Perhaps his unique perspective as someone straddling both worlds could somehow help bridge these divides. October arrived, bringing with it a damp chill that seemed to seep into the castle stones. The hospital wing filled with cases of cold and flu, and Madame Pomfrey's pepper-up potion caused steam to pour from patients' ears for hours afterward. Raindrops the size of bullets thundered on the castle windows for days on end, making Quidditch practice a soggy, muddy affair. After one particularly grueling session in which Harry nearly drowned trying to see through his rain-splattered glasses, he returned to Gryffindor Tower looking like a swamped creature. "You need a water-repelling charm for those glasses," Hermione observed as Harry dripped all over the common room floor. "Grandpa gave me a potion for that, actually," Harry remembered, digging through his trunk. He located a small vial labeled Monster Vision, for seeing through anything, except virtuous maidens' bedroom doors. "Lily made me add that part, . Are you sure that's safe?" Hermione asked skeptically as Harry prepared to apply a drop to his glasses. "Probably." Harry shrugged. "Grandpa's potions usually work. They just sometimes have unexpected side effects." The potion indeed made his glasses repel water perfectly during the next rainy practice. It also, unfortunately, allowed him to see through nearly headless Nick's translucent form with disturbing clarity, revealing ghostly anatomical details that Harry wished he could unsee. On Halloween morning, Harry awoke to the delicious smells of baking pumpkin wafting through the castle. Even better, Professor Flitwick announced in charms that he thought they were ready to start making objects fly, something Harry had been eager to try since seeing Grandpa levitate a piano to surprise Herman last Christmas. The class paired up, with Harry working with Seamus Finnegan while Ron was partnered with Hermione. Their task was to make a feather float using the Wingardium Leviosa charm. Harry recalled Lily's elegant hand movements when performing household magic around 1313, Mockingbird Lane. With careful pronunciation and a fluid wand motion, he succeeded on his third attempt, sending his feather soaring gracefully to the ceiling. "Well done, Mr. Potter Munster," squeaked Professor Flitwick. 5 points to Gryffindor for excellent wand work. Across the room, Ron was having less success, waving his arms like a windmill and pronouncing the spell incorrectly. Hermione's attempt to help only led to an argument that ended with her successfully performing the charm while Ron fumed. After class, Ron's frustration boiled over. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," he said as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears streaming down her face. "I think she heard you," Harry said quietly. "So?" Ron looked uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Hermione didn't turn up for their next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. On their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati Patil telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Ron looked more awkward than ever, but the spectacular Halloween decorations drove Hermione from their minds. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds. The feast appeared suddenly on golden plates, just as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a jacket potato when Professor Professor Lockhart, Harry mentally corrected himself, still sometimes confusing the two, came sprinting into the hall, his turquoise robes flapping behind him. "Troll," he gasped. "In the dungeons, I just saw it heading up the stairs. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed dramatically into a chair, causing several students to roll their eyes. After last year's genuine troll incident, few took Lockhart's warning seriously, until Professor McGonagall stood up sharply. "Prefects," she called, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Professors, follow me to the dungeons." As Percy corralled the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione. She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip, then nodded decisively. "Fine. But Percy better not see us." They slipped away from the Gryffindors and hurried toward the girls' bathroom. They'd just turned a corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. Ron pulled Harry behind a large stone griffin. "Percy," whispered Ron, peering around it. But it wasn't Percy, it was Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. "What's he doing?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the other teachers?" "Search me." They crept along the next corridor after Snape's fading footsteps. "He's heading for the 3rd floor," Harry said, remembering last year's adventure with the Philosopher's Stone. But before they could investigate further, a foul stench reached their nostrils, a mixture of old socks and public toilets. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. At the end of the passage, a massive gray figure shuffled into view. 12 feet tall, with granite gray skin, a lumpy body, and a small bald head, the mountain troll dragged a huge wooden club along the floor. "That's not headed toward the dungeons," Ron whispered. "It's going toward the girls' bathroom," Harry finished grimly. "Come on." They raced ahead of the troll, reaching the bathroom just as they heard a high-pitched scream from inside. Harry's mind raced. This was eerily similar to last year's troll encounter, but this time, he had experience. He knew trolls responded to confidence and direct eye contact. "Ron, I'll distract it." "You get Hermione out," Harry instructed as they burst into the bathroom. Hermione was shrinking against the far wall as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls with its club. "Hey!" Harry shouted. "Remember me? We did this last year." The troll turned, blinking stupidly at Harry. Recognition seemed to flicker in its tiny eyes. Whether it was actually the same troll from last year or simply recognized Harry's scent as the human who wasn't afraid, Harry couldn't tell. "That's right," Harry continued calmly, maintaining direct eye contact just as he'd done before. "You remember. We don't have to fight." The troll grunted, its club lowering slightly as confusion replaced aggression. "Ron, now!" Harry called, not breaking eye contact with the troll. Ron darted around the edge of the room toward Hermione, who seemed frozen with terror. "Hermione, come on, move." Ron grabbed her arm, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move, still flat against the wall, her mouth open with terror. The troll roared suddenly, perhaps sensing its prey trying to escape. It raised its club again, turning toward Ron and Hermione. "No!" Harry shouted. Plan A had failed, time for Plan B. He remembered Herman teaching him about leverage, how even smaller opponents could move larger ones with the right technique. Diving between the troll's legs, Harry grabbed its filthy loincloth and pulled with all his might while simultaneously kicking at the back of its knee. The troll wobbled, off balance, and Harry rolled clear as it stumbled backward. "Ron! The club!" Harry yelled. Ron raised his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. And the troll's club flew suddenly out of its hand, rising high into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped with a sickening crack onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. "Is it dead?" Hermione asked, finally finding her voice. "I don't think so," said Harry, "just knocked out." He was about to check the troll's pulse, a technique Grandpa had taught him for determining if creatures were truly unconscious or merely faking, when the bathroom door burst open. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and a trembling Lockhart rushed in, taking in the scene before them. Snape bent over the troll while McGonagall fixed Harry and Ron with a furious stare. Her lips were white. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Before they could answer, a small voice came from the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione had managed to get to her feet. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Harry and Ron tried not to look too surprised at Hermione's blatant lie. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry distracted it, and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived. McGonagall's piercing gaze shifted between the three students. "Well, in that case," she began, sounding slightly mollified. "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head, the picture of contrition. "Miss Granger, 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this," said Professor McGonagall. "I'm very disappointed in you. As for you two gentlemen." She turned to Harry and Ron. "Well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. 5 points will be awarded to each of you for sheer dumb luck." "Actually, Professor," Harry couldn't help interjecting, "it wasn't luck. Last year when we faced a troll, I learned they respond to direct eye contact and confident behavior. I tried to calm it down first before resorting to physical tactics." McGonagall's eyebrows rose. "Indeed? And where did you learn this troll management technique, Mr. Potter Munster?" "My grandfather," Harry explained. "He says most magical creatures respond to confidence. It's how he deals with the dragon under our stairs. The dragon under your... McGonagall shook her head, deciding not to pursue that line of questioning. Well, perhaps there are some benefits to your unique upbringing after all. 5 more points to Gryffindor for applied monster knowledge. As they left the bathroom, Harry noticed Snape giving him a strange, calculating look. The potions master's robes were torn at the hem, and Harry glimpsed what looked like a bloody gash on his leg before Snape quickly covered it. Wonder what happened to his leg? Harry whispered to Ron as they climbed the stairs. Dunno, but I hope it's hurting him, Ron replied uncharitably. They returned to the common room, where the Halloween feast had been relocated. Hermione, hanging back awkwardly, finally approached them. Thanks, she said quietly. For saving me. From that moment on, Hermione Granger became their firm friend. Some experiences forge bonds that can't be broken, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll together was apparently one of them. As November arrived, the weather turned very cold. The mountains around the school became icy gray, and the lake froze over. Every morning the ground was covered in frost, and Hagrid could be seen defrosting broomsticks on the Quidditch field, bundled up in a long moleskin overcoat, rabbit fur gloves, and enormous beaver skin boots. The Quidditch season had begun, and on Saturday, Harry would be playing his first match of the year, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. If Gryffindor won, they would move up into second place in the house championship. The night before the match, Harry pulled out the two-way monster mirror Herman had given him. He hadn't used it much, not wanting to seem homesick, but the upcoming match had him feeling nostalgic for his monster family's encouragement. Herman and Lily Munster, he said clearly into the mirror's surface. The glass fogged, then cleared to reveal Herman's massive green face, so close to the mirror that only his nose and eyes were visible. Harry. Herman boomed, his voice thankfully muted by the mirror's magic. Lily. Grandpa. Eddie. It's Harry calling. The mirror jostled as Herman apparently carried it through the house, collecting family members. When it steadied, Harry could see all 4 Munsters crowded into the frame, beaming at him. Darling. Lily's elegant face appeared. How wonderful to hear from you. Are you eating enough? You look thin. I'm fine, Mom, Harry assured her. I just wanted to say hi before my Quidditch match tomorrow. First one of the season. That's my boy. Herman declared proudly. Youngest seeker in a century. I've been telling everyone at the funeral home. The clients don't mind, most of them are pretty quiet anyway. Have you been using those special flying maneuvers I taught you? Grandpa pushed his face closer. The vampire dive and roll. The batwing feint. Some of them, Harry admitted. Though I've modified them a bit for broom flying versus, actual bat transformation. Smart boy. Grandpa nodded approvingly. Always adapt to your environment. That's how I survived the Spanish Inquisition, twice. Caught any wizard toads yet? Eddie interrupted, his face half transformed into wolf form from excitement. Mom says I can have one for Christmas if you bring it home. Not yet, but I'll keep looking, Harry promised, smiling at his monster brother's enthusiasm. How's school going? Great. I won the science fair by demonstrating spontaneous werewolf transformation. Some of the judges fainted, but Mr. Wilson gave me an A for biological authenticity. They chatted for several more minutes, with Herman detailing his latest workplace mishaps, dropped a coffin down the stairs, luckily the occupant didn't mind, Lily describing her night school teaching position, my living as a modern vampire class is quite popular, though some students seem disappointed we don't discuss sparkling, and Grandpa complaining about modern monster standards. In my day, vampires didn't drink synthetic blood, we worked for our meals. Uphill. Both ways. By the time Harry said goodbye, promising to call again after the match, he felt warm and reassured. No matter how famous or unusual he might be at Hogwarts, to the Munsters, he was just Harry, their wizard son who happened to be good at flying on a broomstick. The next morning dawned bright and cold. The great hall buzzed with anticipation for the match, though Harry found he couldn't eat much breakfast despite Hermione's encouragement. "You need your strength," she insisted, pushing a plate of toast toward him. "Seekers are always the ones who get clobbered by the other team." "Thanks for that helpful reminder," Harry said dryly, nibbling at a piece of toast. By 11 o'clock, the whole school seemed to be in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Many students carried binoculars, as the action sometimes happened so high it was difficult to see. In the locker room, Oliver Wood gave his usual pre-match pep talk while the team changed into their scarlet Quidditch robes. "Slytherin has better brooms than us," Wood concluded, "but we've got better players. We've trained harder, we've been flying in all weathers, and we're going to make them rue the day they let that little bit of slime, Malfoy, buy his way onto their team." "Absolutely," Fred and George chorused. "The only upside to those Nimbus 2001s, Harry added, is that when Malfoy loses, he won't have the excuse of inferior equipment." The team laughed, tension broken as they marched out onto the pitch to deafening cheers. Madam Hooch, the flying instructor and referee, asked Captains Wood and Flint to shake hands, which they did, looking as if they were trying to break each other's fingers. At her whistle, 15 brooms rose high into the air. The game had begun. Harry soared above the action, scanning for the golden snitch while keeping half an eye on Malfoy, who shadowed his every move. "All right there, Scarhead," Malfoy yelled, cutting Harry off as he dived for a glint of gold that turned out to be a Weasley's wristwatch. Harry ignored him, instead executing a perfect barrel roll that Grandpa had taught him, a move typically performed by vampire bats avoiding predatory birds. The maneuver drew appreciative gasps from the crowd and left Malfoy momentarily disoriented. The game intensified as Slytherin pulled ahead, their superior brooms giving them an edge despite Gryffindor's better teamwork. Harry circled higher, watching for the snitch, when something strange happened. A heavy black bludger came pelting toward him, he avoided it narrowly. "Close one, Harry," called George, streaking past him with his club in hand, ready to knock the bludger back toward a Slytherin. But the bludger changed direction mid-air and shot straight for Harry again. Harry dropped quickly to avoid it, and George managed to hit it hard toward Malfoy. Once again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. Harry put on a burst of speed and zoomed toward the other end of the field. The bludger was trailing him like a heat-seeking missile. "Something's wrong with that bludger," Fred called as he flew past. "It's been tampered with." Wood signaled for a timeout, and the Gryffindor team huddled on the ground. "Someone's fixed that bludger," said Wood, watching it suspiciously as it continued trying to attack Harry even during the break. "The Slytherins must have tampered with it. But bludgers have been locked in Madam Hooch's office since our last practice," Alicia Spinnet pointed out. "And there was nothing wrong with them then." "Listen," said Harry as Madam Hooch headed toward them. "I'll deal with the rogue bludger. Fred and George, stop trying to protect me and focus on the other bludger. We can't lose this match." "Don't be thick," said Fred. "That thing could take your head off." "I've got this," Harry insisted. "Growing up with the Munsters, I've had weirder things try to kill me. Our attic has sentient dust bunnies that try to strangle visitors." The team looked skeptical but agreed to his plan. When play resumed, Harry went into evasive maneuvers that would have made both James Potter and Lily Munster proud. He looped, spiraled, zigzagged, and rolled, staying just ahead of the bludger while scanning for the snitch. "Training with monster relatives has its advantages," Lee Jordan commented through the magical megaphone. "Potter Munster's flying like a bat out of hell, perhaps literally, given his vampire mother." The crowd roared with laughter and appreciation as Harry performed increasingly spectacular aerial acrobatics to avoid the relentless bludger. Through the blur of motion, he spotted something, the golden snitch, hovering near Malfoy's left ear. Draco, too busy watching Harry's bizarre flying and sneering, hadn't noticed it. Harry hesitated. If he went for the snitch now, the bludger would surely catch him, but if he didn't, Malfoy might spot it. Time for the Transylvanian dive, Harry muttered to himself, recalling Grandpa's most dangerous flying maneuver. Sorry, Mom. He hung stationary in mid-air, drawing the bludger toward him like a magnet. At the last possible second, he dropped into a vertical dive, plummeting toward Malfoy at breakneck speed. The bludger followed, its momentum carrying it in a perfect attack trajectory. Malfoy's sneer transformed into terror as Harry hurtled toward him with the bludger close behind. At the last moment, Harry reached out, snatched the snitch from beside Malfoy's head, then rolled sideways in a move that would have made an acrobat jealous. The bludger, unable to change direction as quickly, slammed directly into Malfoy's broomstick, sending the Slytherin seeker spinning off course. Harry pulled out of his dive, his fist raised in triumph, the golden snitch struggling in his grip. The crowd went wild, but his victory was short-lived. The bludger hadn't given up. It caught him square in the shoulder with a sickening crack. Harry felt his arm break but somehow maintained his grip on both the snitch and his broomstick, managing a one-armed landing on the muddy pitch. We won, he gasped through the pain, holding up the snitch as his teammates landed around him. The rogue bludger was still trying to attack. Fred and George were wrestling it into a box as Professor McGonagall and Madam Hooch rushed over. Through a haze of pain, Harry was aware of concerned faces above him. Harry? Harry, can you hear me? Someone was saying. I'm fine, he mumbled automatically. Just a broken arm. Herman breaks his at least once a month. Stand back, please, came a too familiar voice. Gilderoy Lockhart pushed through the crowd, beaming. Not to worry, Harry. I can fix that arm in a jiffy. No, said Harry frantically. I'll go to Madame Pomfrey. Nonsense, this is a simple charm I've used countless times, on yourself? Harry asked skeptically, trying to inch away. Well, technically on a Peruvian witch doctor who showed me the counter-curse after I saved his village from the babbling banshee, but, Professor, Harry interrupted desperately, with all due respect, I'd rather have Madame Pomfrey look at it. My family has unusual physiology. Monster genetics and all that. Might complicate things. It was a complete lie, but he was willing to try anything to avoid Lockhart's help. Unfortunately, Lockhart either didn't hear or chose to ignore him. Before anyone could stop him, he twirled his wand and directed it at Harry's arm. A strange, unpleasant sensation spread from Harry's shoulder to his fingertips. It felt as if his arm was being deflated. Afraid to look, he shut his eyes, but the horrified gasps from the crowd told him something had gone very wrong. When he finally gathered the courage to peek, his worst fears were confirmed. His arm no longer looked broken, in fact, it didn't look like an arm at all. Limp and rubbery, it hung uselessly at his side like a flesh-colored glove. Ah, said Lockhart, not looking remotely concerned. Yes, well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken. That's the thing to bear in mind. Broken, roared Wood. There aren't any bones left. Much easier to mend that way, Lockhart assured them all. Just a simple matter of getting him to the hospital wing immediately, Professor McGonagall cut in, her tone brooking no argument. Ron and Hermione helped Harry to his feet and began guiding him toward the castle. I swear, Harry groaned, looking at his useless arm, not even Grandpa's worst experimental potions ever did something this bad. Madame Pomfrey wasn't at all pleased when they arrived at the hospital wing. You should have come straight to me. She raged, holding up Harry's rubbery, boneless arm. I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back, you will be able to, won't you? Harry asked desperately. I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful, she warned, throwing Harry a pair of pajamas. You'll have to stay the night. Hermione waited outside the curtain drawn around Harry's bed while Ron helped him into his pajamas. It took a while to stuff the rubbery, boneless arm into a sleeve. How can you stick up for Lockhart now, Hermione? Ron called through the curtain as he pulled Harry's limp fingers through the cuff. If Harry had wanted deadening, he would have asked. Anyone can make a mistake, Hermione replied. And it doesn't hurt anymore, does it, Harry? No, said Harry, getting into bed. But it doesn't do anything else either. Madame Pomfrey returned holding a large bottle labeled Skeelgrow, and poured out a steaming beakerful. You're in for a rough night, she said grimly. Regrowing bones is nasty business. Harry took a sip and immediately gagged. The potion burned his mouth and throat as it went down, making him cough and splutter. Ugh, he grimaced. Almost as bad as Grandpa's Monster Vitality Elixir. That one made smoke come out of my ears for 3 days. Still tut-tutting about dangerous sports and inept professors, Madame Pomfrey retreated to her office. Ron and Hermione sat on either side of Harry's bed. We won, though, said Ron, a grin breaking across his face. That was some catch you made. Malfoy's face, he looked ready to kill. I want to know how he fixed that bludger, Hermione said darkly. We can add that to the list of questions we'll ask him when we've taken the Polyjuice potion, said Harry, sinking back onto his pillows. They had recently hatched a plan to disguise themselves as Slytherin students to question Malfoy about the mysterious Chamber of Secrets, which someone had allegedly opened. A series of threatening messages had appeared on the walls, written in blood, warning that the chamber has been opened, and enemies of the heir beware. Most alarmingly, the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, had been found petrified, hanging from a torch bracket. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before. Hermione had gasped when they overheard Malfoy taunting Muggle-born students with this information. Their plan was risky. Polyjuice potion was complex and required ingredients they would need to steal from Snape's private stores, but they were determined to uncover the truth. As night fell and Ron and Hermione reluctantly left for dinner, Harry lay alone in the darkened hospital wing, his arm burning with pain. Even the Munsters' most chaotic mishaps hadn't prepared him for the unpleasant sensation of having 33 bones regrown overnight. Hours later, Harry was startled awake by something dabbing at his forehead. He jerked upright to find a house elf with bat-like ears and bulging green eyes the size of tennis balls staring at him through the darkness. Dobby! Harry gasped. The house elf's eyes welled with tears. Harry Potter came back to school, he whispered miserably. Dobby warned and warned Harry Potter. Why didn't Harry Potter go home when he missed the train? Harry heaved himself up on his pillows. How did you know I missed the train? Dobby's lip trembled, and Harry suddenly understood. It was you, he said. You stopped the barrier from letting us through. Indeed yes, sir, said Dobby, nodding vigorously. Dobby hid and watched for Harry Potter and sealed the gateway. Dobby had to iron his hands afterward. He showed Harry 10 long, bandaged fingers, but Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Harry Potter was safe, and never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would still come to school another way. He rocked back and forth, shaking his ugly head. Dobby was so shocked when he heard Harry Potter was back at Hogwarts, he let his master's soup burn. Such a flogging Dobby never had, sir. Harry slumped back onto his pillows. You nearly got Ron and me expelled, he said fiercely. And then you tried to kill me with that bludger. Not kill you, sir, never kill you, said Dobby, shocked. Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home. Well, I've got news for you, Dobby, Harry said grimly. I grew up with the Munsters. It takes more than a broken arm to scare me off. Do you know what a normal Thursday looked like at our house? Grandpa's potions exploding, Herman accidentally crushing furniture, Eddie transforming into a wolf and chasing the mailman. I've been dodging danger since I could walk. Dobby's eyes widened further, if that was possible. Harry Potter lives with monsters. Real monsters. Then Harry Potter is even braver than Dobby knew. He leaned closer. But Harry Potter must listen. Dark deeds are planned at Hogwarts. History is to repeat itself. What do you mean, repeat itself? Harry asked sharply. Has the Chamber of Secrets been opened before? Dobby made a strange choking noise, then banged his head frantically against Harry's water jug, punishing himself for almost revealing too much. Harry grabbed the elf to stop him. All right. You can't tell me, I understand. But why are you warning me specifically? What's the chamber got to do with me? The elf's eyes suddenly gleamed with a kind of desperate hope. In Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts, he triumphed over he who must not be named. And now, with his monster family's strength and wisdom, does he not have unique powers to fight what lurks within the chamber? Before Harry could pursue this intriguing suggestion, they heard footsteps approaching. Dobby vanished with a crack just as Dumbledore backed into the hospital wing, wearing a long woolly dressing gown and nightcap. He was carrying one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying the feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered, and McGonagall hurried past Harry's bed out of sight. Harry lay very still, pretending to be asleep. He heard urgent voices, then a gasp from Madame Pomfrey. What happened? She asked softly. Another attack, said Dumbledore gravely. Minerva found him on the stairs. There was a bunch of grapes next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter. Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches to look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight illuminated the victim's face. It was Colin Creevey, the first year who had been annoyingly obsessed with photographing Harry. He lay utterly still, his eyes wide and his hands stuck out in front of him, still gripping his camera. Petrified, whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have. The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore reached out and wrenched the camera out of Colin's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Professor McGonagall asked eagerly. Dumbledore didn't answer. He opened the back of the camera, and a jet of steam hissed out. Harry, 3 beds away, caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. All melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, said Dumbledore, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But, Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. The question is, how? Harry couldn't make sense of this, and from Professor McGonagall's confused expression, neither could she. What do you mean? She asked. The method, Dumbledore clarified vaguely. The method of opening. And perhaps, more importantly, whether certain unique perspectives might help us this time. His gaze drifted briefly toward Harry's bed before returning to Colin. Harry lay awake for hours after they left, his arm throbbing but his mind racing even faster. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened before. And now Dumbledore seemed to be hinting that Harry, or perhaps his monster background, might somehow be relevant to solving the mystery. Dobby's words echoed in his mind, with his monster family's strength and wisdom, does he not have unique powers to fight what lurks within the chamber? What exactly was lurking in the Chamber of Secrets? And how could Harry's monster upbringing possibly help defeat it? By morning, news of Colin Creevey's attack had spread through the school, creating an atmosphere of suspicion and fear. Many students, particularly Muggleborns, looked terrified, while others speculated wildly about who might be the heir of Slytherin, the person supposedly responsible for opening the chamber. To Harry's dismay, he discovered that some students believed he might be the heir. His unusual upbringing by Munsters, combined with his ability to speak Parseltongue, a skill he'd accidentally revealed during a disastrous dueling club meeting, led many to view him with fear and suspicion. It's ridiculous, Hermione fumed as they walked to Transfiguration, ignoring the way students flinched away from Harry in the corridor. Just because you were raised by monsters doesn't mean you're trying to purge the school of Muggleborns. I'm Muggleborn, and I'm your best friend. People are scared, Harry said quietly. They need someone to blame. Well, they're blaming the wrong person, Ron declared loyally. If they knew the Munsters like we do, they'd realize how stupid it is. Your family wouldn't hurt anyone. Harry appreciated his friend's support, but the whispers and pointing were wearing him down. It didn't help that more attacks followed. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Muggleborn Hufflepuff who had previously accused Harry of setting a snake on him during the dueling club, was found petrified alongside nearly headless Nick. The fact that Harry had been discovered at the scene of this attack only intensified suspicion. Not even his close friendship with Hermione seemed to convince people of his innocence. I wish I could talk to my family about this, Harry confided to Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room one evening. They'd know what to do. Grandpa's been dealing with mobs and accusations for centuries. Why don't you use that mirror thing your dad gave you? Ron suggested. Harry hesitated. I don't want to worry them. If I tell them students think I'm attacking people, Herman might show up and tear the castle apart looking for the real culprit. That might not be a bad thing, Ron muttered. Besides, Harry continued, whatever's in the chamber, it must be some kind of monster. I can feel it. The way the spiders flee, the roosters being killed, the petrification instead of outright killing, it all points to a specific creature. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, that's brilliant. Your monster knowledge might be exactly what we need. What kind of monster petrifies people? Harry frowned, thinking back to Grandpa's countless monster lessons. There are several possibilities. Gorgons, basilisks, cockatrices. Grandpa mentioned a few others, but they're really rare. We need to research them all, Hermione declared, already mentally planning a library session. If we can identify the monster, we might be able to stop the attacks. Their research was interrupted, however, by the Christmas holidays. Most students fled home, eager to escape the castle's atmosphere of fear. Harry, Ron, and Hermione remained, determined to use the break to brew their polyjuice potion and question Malfoy. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find a pile of presents at the foot of his bed. The Munsters had sent their usual eclectic mix of gifts, a hand-knitted sweater from Lily, with a bat pattern that actually flapped its wings, a wooden carving of a dragon from Herman, slightly lopsided but lovingly crafted, more questionable potions from Grandpa, labeled things like, Emergency Escape Fog, creates instant bat-friendly darkness, a werewolf thong necklace from Eddie, and normal, thoughtful gifts from Marilyn. He also received the usual package from Mrs. Weasley, a hand-knitted sweater and a large plum cake, as well as a handmade birthday card from Hagrid and a small, useful broom servicing kit from Hermione. That evening, the polyjuice potion was finally ready. The plan was simple. Harry and Ron would transform into Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy's cronies, and question him about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione had intended to join them disguised as a Slytherin girl named Millicent Bulstrode, but a mishap with a cat hair caused her transformation to go horribly wrong. You go on without me, she moaned from a bathroom stall, refusing to show her face. I'll be fine, just need to see Madame Pomfrey after you're done. Harry and Ron, transformed into perfect replicas of Crabbe and Goyle, made their way to the Slytherin common room. After some confusion and a stroke of luck with a passing Slytherin, they found themselves inside the enemy territory. Malfoy was lounging in an armchair by the fire, looking smug and relaxed. There you are, he drawled as they entered. Have you two been pigging out in the Great Hall all this time? I've been looking for you. Harry and Ron nodded awkwardly, trying to act like Crabbe and Goyle. I want to show you something funny, Malfoy continued, holding up a newspaper clipping. It detailed an inquiry at the Ministry of Magic involving Mr. Weasley and his enchanted Ford Anglia. Ron's, or rather, Goyle's, face contorted with anger, but Harry kicked him sharply. Well? Malfoy looked at them expectantly. Don't you think it's funny? Ha, ha, Harry forced out while Ron grunted unconvincingly. Arthur Weasley loves muggles so much he should snap his wand in half and go join them, Malfoy sneered. You'd never know the Weasleys were purebloods, the way they behave. Ron's fists clenched, and Harry shot him a warning look. What's up with you, Crabbe? Malfoy snapped. Stomachache, Ron grunted. Well, go to the hospital wing and kick all the mudbloods out of the beds, said Malfoy. You know, I'm surprised the Daily Prophet hasn't reported all these attacks yet, he continued thoughtfully. I suppose Dumbledore's trying to hush it all up. Father always said he was the worst thing that ever happened to this place. You're wrong. Harry said automatically, then froze as Malfoy turned suspicious eyes on him. What? You think there's someone worse than Dumbledore, Goyle? Harry thought fast. Harry Potter Munster, he suggested. Malfoy's face relaxed into a smirk. Good one, Goyle. Saint Potter and his monster family. People actually think he's the heir of Slytherin. He laughed, and Harry and Ron forced themselves to join in. If only I knew who it was, Malfoy continued, his voice suddenly wistful. I could help them. You don't know who it is? Ron blurted. You know I don't, Crabbe, Malfoy said irritably. How many times do I have to tell you? Father won't tell me anything about the last time the chamber was opened either. Of course, it was 50 years ago, so it was before his time, but he knows all about it. He says it was all kept quiet and it'll look suspicious if I know too much about it. But he did say one thing, last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened, a mudblood died. So it's only a matter of time before one of them is killed this time. As for me, I hope it's Granger. Ron's fist clenched so hard Harry thought Goyle's knuckles would burst through the skin. Forcing himself to stay calm despite his own fury, Harry asked, Do you know what kind of monster lives in the chamber? No idea, Malfoy replied casually. But whatever it is, it must be huge and powerful to survive that long in there. Father says it's a monster only Slytherin's true heir can control. Personally, I think it's, he stopped abruptly, staring at them. What's wrong with you two? You're acting very strange. To Harry's horror, he felt his scar beginning to prickle, the polyjuice potion was wearing off. Ron's red hair was beginning to appear through Goyle's dark crop, and Harry could feel his own face changing shape. Stomachache, Ron grunted again. Think we ate something bad. Need to go, hospital wing, they jumped to their feet and ran for the exit, not stopping until they reached Moaning Myrtle's bathroom where they'd left Hermione. As they burst through the door, their transformations completed, returning them to their normal appearances. Hermione, come out, we've got loads to tell you. Harry called. Go away. Hermione squeaked from inside her stall. After much coaxing, Hermione finally emerged, to reveal she had grown thick black fur all over her face, her eyes had turned yellow, and small pointed ears poked through her hair. It was a sea cat hair, she howled. Millicent Bulstrode must have a cat. The pea potion isn't supposed to be used for animal transformations. Oh, said Ron. You'll be teased something dreadful, moaned Myrtle happily. It's okay, Hermione, said Harry quickly. We'll take you to Madame Pomfrey. She never asks too many questions. Wait, Hermione said suddenly, looking at Harry with her yellow cat eyes. Harry, didn't you say your brother Eddie is a werewolf? Do the Munsters know anything about reversing accidental animal transformations? Harry paused, considering. Grandpa might. He's dealt with all sorts of transformation mishaps over the centuries. And he left me that two-way mirror. Please, Hermione begged, her whiskers quivering. I can't let anyone see me like this. Harry dug out the mirror from his pocket. Grandpa, he called clearly. Grandpa Munster. Count Dracula. The mirror fogged, then cleared to show Grandpa's face, wearing a nightcap. Harry. What time is it there? You're interrupting my midnight snack. Sorry, Grandpa, but it's an emergency, Harry explained quickly. My friend Hermione had a potion accident. She's sort of, turned partially into a cat. Grandpa's expression brightened with interest. Cat transformation, eh? Let me see the girl. Harry angled the mirror toward Hermione, who shrank back in embarrassment. Not bad for an amateur transformation, Grandpa assessed. Facial structure maintained, just with feline features overlaid. What potion did this? Polyjuice potion. With a cat hair instead of a human hair. Grandpa's bushy eyebrows shot up. Polyjuice potion? That's advanced magic for second years. I'm impressed. He peered closer at Hermione. Young lady, you've got talent. Most adults would have ended up as a cat-human puddle. Can you help her, Grandpa? Harry pressed. Of course I can. I've been reversing accidental transformations since before Columbus got lost and called it a discovery. Grandpa rummaged off-screen, then returned with a small notebook. Now, the standard wizard remedy would take weeks to work properly, but I have a monster shortcut. Get a quill and parchment, Harry, this is a complex potion. Harry scribbled frantically as Grandpa dictated a recipe involving ingredients like midnight harvested catnip, tears of a fishmonger, and whisker of a willing cat. Some ingredients they could obtain from the student potion supplies, but others seemed impossible to find at Hogwarts. And finally, 3 drops of vampire saliva as a binding agent, Grandpa concluded. Vampire saliva? Ron repeated incredulously. Where are we supposed to get that? Grandpa rolled his eyes. From Harry, of course. He's been drinking my special vitamin supplement since he was 3. It's enhanced with trace amounts of vampire essence, perfectly safe for humans, just gives them a little monster resilience. You've been feeding me vampire essence? Harry exclaimed. Does Lily know about this? Of course not. She'd have my head. But it's worked out well, hasn't it? You survived a killing curse, fought off Voldemort, and have excellent night vision. Now, just spit in the potion 3 times while stirring counterclockwise, and it should revert your furry friend back to normal within hours instead of weeks. After thanking Grandpa profusely, and extracting a promise that he wouldn't tell Herman or Lily about their rule-breaking potion adventures, Harry and Ron helped Hermione to the hospital wing. They explained to Madame Pomfrey that she had suffered an accidental transformation, carefully omitting the illegal polyjuice brewing. I can help you brew Grandpa's remedy tonight, Harry promised Hermione as they settled her in a hospital bed, curtains drawn around her to hide her feline features. It'll have you back to normal much faster than the standard treatment. Thanks, Harry, Hermione whispered, her cat eyes blinking gratefully. I suppose having a vampire grandfather does come in handy sometimes. Monster knowledge usually does, Harry smiled. That's why I think it might help us figure out what's in the chamber too. Hermione remained in the hospital wing for several weeks. Despite Grandpa's potion, which Harry and Ron had managed to brew successfully in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the transformation reversal was still a lengthy process. The fur was receding faster than Madame Pomfrey had expected, which she attributed to Hermione's surprisingly robust constitution, but the tail and ears proved stubborn. I don't understand it, Madame Pomfrey muttered as she examined Hermione's shrinking ears. You're responding to treatment at twice the normal rate. It's almost as if you've been taking a supplementary potion. Hermione avoided her questioning gaze. Just good genetics, I suppose. When they weren't visiting Hermione, Harry and Ron continued their investigation into the Chamber of Secrets. After learning from Malfoy that the chamber had been opened 50 years ago, they began searching for records from that period. If a student died last time, it would have been in the newspapers, Harry reasoned as they combed through old daily prophets in the library. Unfortunately, they found nothing useful. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source, Moaning Myrtle herself. Have you ever asked Myrtle how she died? Harry suggested one day as they visited Hermione. She haunts the bathroom where the first message appeared. Maybe there's a connection. When they finally posed the question to the ghostly girl, she was delighted by their interest. "Oh, it was dreadful," she said with relish. "It happened right in my bathroom. I'd hidden because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was crying, and then I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, I think. Anyway, what really got me was that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go use his own toilet, and then," she swelled importantly, "I died." "How?" Harry asked. "No idea," said Myrtle in hushed tones. "I just remember seeing a pair of great, big, yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Yellow eyes that killed with a look. It sounded familiar from one of Grandpa's monster lessons. "Myrtle," he asked carefully, "where exactly did you see the eyes?" "Somewhere there," said Myrtle, pointing vaguely toward the sink in front of her toilet. Harry and Ron hurried to examine it. It looked like an ordinary sink, except for a tiny snake scratched on one of the copper taps. "That tap's never worked," said Myrtle brightly. Harry touched the tiny snake engraving, thinking hard. Then, on instinct, he spoke to it in Parseltongue, "Open." At once, the tap glowed with a brilliant white light and began to spin. The sink began to move, sinking right out of sight to leave a large pipe exposed, a pipe wide enough for a person to slide into. "That's it," Harry breathed. "The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets." He and Ron stared at each other, the magnitude of their discovery sinking in. "We should tell a teacher," Ron suggested weakly. "No time," Harry replied, his mind racing. "What if the monster attacks again while we're looking for help? We need to go now, but I need to prepare first." He emptied his pockets, laying out the items he'd been carrying, his wand, the two-way monster mirror, and several of Grandpa's potion vials he'd taken to carrying, just in case. "What are those?" Ron asked, eyeing the colorful potions. "Monster remedies," Harry explained, examining the labels. "This green one creates a fog that confuses magical creatures. The purple one is some kind of protection against venom. And this red one." He squinted at Grandpa's spidery handwriting. "Something about temporary night vision of a vampire bat. Might be useful down there." "Blimey," Ron whispered. "Your grandfather's potions might actually save our lives." Harry nodded grimly. "That's the plan. Now, let's go find whatever monster's down there and stop it before anyone else gets hurt." They slid down the pipe into the darkness below, landing in a damp tunnel filled with small animal bones. Following the tunnel, they discovered a massive snakeskin, at least 20 feet long, confirming Harry's growing suspicion about the monster's identity. "It's a basilisk," he whispered to Ron. "That's why I can hear it in the walls, it's a giant snake. It all fits, the roosters being killed because their crow is fatal to it, the spiders fleeing because they fear it, the petrifications instead of deaths because no one looked at it directly. But then why wasn't anyone killed? If it's that deadly, they were lucky," Harry realized. Mrs. Norris saw its reflection in the water on the floor. Colin saw it through his camera. Justin must have seen it through nearly headless Nick. Nick got the full blast, but he's already dead, so he couldn't die again. Ron looked pale. "We need to get out of here. Now." But before they could retreat, a portion of the tunnel ceiling collapsed, separating them. Harry found himself alone on the side closer to the chamber, with Ron trapped behind a wall of fallen rock. "Ron! Are you okay?" "Yeah," came Ron's muffled reply. "But we're stuck. I'll try to shift some of this rock so you can get back through." "Wait there," Harry called back. "If I'm not back in an hour, use the monster mirror to contact Grandpa. Tell him everything." Heart pounding, Harry continued alone down the tunnel until he reached a solid wall with two entwined serpents carved on it, their eyes set with emeralds. Again using Parseltongue, he commanded, "Open." The serpents parted, and the wall cracked open. Harry drew his wand, uncorked Grandpa's night vision potion, swallowed it in one gulp. It tasted like iron and burnt caramel, and stepped inside. He found himself in a vast chamber lined with towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents. At the far end stood a giant statue of Salazar Slytherin, and at its feet lay a small, motionless figure with flaming red hair. Ginny! Harry ran forward, dropping to his knees beside her. She was cold as stone but still breathing faintly. "She won't wake," said a soft voice. Harry whirled around to see a tall, black-haired boy leaning against the nearest pillar. He was strangely blurred around the edges, as though Harry were looking at him through a misted window. Tom Riddle." Harry recognized him from the magical diary they'd discovered, a 50-year-old memory preserved in its pages, showing Tom Riddle as a Hogwarts student during the time of the previous chamber opening. "What do you mean, she won't wake?" Harry demanded. "She's not, she's still alive," said Riddle. "But only just." What followed was a chilling revelation. Tom Riddle was not the savior he'd appeared to be in his preserved memory, but the culprit, both 50 years ago and now. Through his diary, he had possessed Ginny Weasley, forcing her to open the chamber and release the basilisk. And most shocking of all, Tom Riddle was a younger version of Lord Voldemort himself. "You see," he said, using Harry's wand to trace 3 words in the air, "Tom Marvolo Riddle." Then he waved the wand once, and the letters rearranged themselves, "I am Lord Voldemort." "Now, Harry Potter Munster," Riddle said, his voice growing colder, "tell me about your curious upbringing. How does a wizard child raised by monsters develop such fortitude? Such resistance to my powers? I find myself curious before I destroy you." "The Munsters taught me what real monsters are," Harry replied steadily. "And they're not the creatures others fear, they're the ones who use fear as a weapon against the innocent. By your definition, my family isn't monstrous at all." "You are." Riddle's handsome face contorted with rage. "Your pathetic monster family can't help you now. Let's match the powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against famous Harry Potter and his freak relatives' teachings." He turned to the statue of Salazar Slytherin and hissed in Parseltongue, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The statue's mouth opened wider and wider, to make a huge black hole. Something was stirring inside, slithering up from its depths. Harry backed away, shutting his eyes tight, remembering everything Grandpa had ever taught him about deadly magical creatures. The vampire night vision potion had enhanced his hearing, he could track the basilisk by sound. "Kill him," Riddle commanded in Parseltongue. The basilisk slithered toward Harry, its massive body scraping against the stone floor. In that moment of terror, Harry's monster training kicked in. Lily had taught him to stay calm in the face of danger. Herman had shown him that even the biggest, scariest creatures could be reasoned with. And Grandpa had drilled into him that every monster had a weakness. "Stop!" Harry commanded in Parseltongue, not knowing if it would work. "I am also of Slytherin's blood. I can speak your language." The basilisk paused momentarily, confused by a second speaker. "Don't listen to him." Riddle hissed furiously. "I am your master. Kill him now." The basilisk resumed its advance. Harry fumbled in his pocket for Grandpa's potions, uncorking the green one and throwing it at the sound of the approaching snake. The vial shattered, releasing a cloud of dense, swirling fog that filled the chamber. "What is this magic?" Riddle demanded, his voice muffled by the fog. The basilisk hissed in confusion, thrashing blindly. Harry seized his chance, diving behind a pillar. He needed a plan, a way to kill a 50-foot venomous serpent with lethal eyes, while blind himself. Something landed near his feet with a soft clatter. Opening his eyes the smallest amount, Harry saw a magnificent red and gold bird the size of a swan had appeared, dropping a ragged bundle before him, the Sorting Hat. "Fox!" Harry whispered, recognizing Dumbledore's phoenix. The bird sang a few encouraging notes, then took flight again. Harry grabbed the hat, desperate for any help. To his amazement, something heavy thudded into the top of the hat, a gleaming silver sword with rubies the size of eggs embedded in the hilt. The basilisk was still thrashing in Grandpa's confusion fog, but the mist was beginning to dissipate. Fawkes swooped at the great snake's head, and Harry heard a furious hiss of pain. Opening his eyes a fraction, he saw the phoenix had punctured the basilisk's deadly eyes with its sharp beak. "No!" Riddle screamed. "Leave the bird! Leave the bird! The boy is behind you. You can still smell him. Kill him!" The blinded basilisk swayed, confused but still deadly. It could no longer kill with its gaze, but its fangs remained lethally venomous. Harry gripped the sword tightly, remembering Hermione's lessons about leverage and timing when facing larger opponents. As the basilisk lunged blindly toward him, Harry stepped aside at the last moment, a move Lily had perfected over centuries of avoiding vampire hunters, and thrust the sword upward with all his strength. It pierced the roof of the serpent's mouth, sinking deep into its brain. But as the basilisk collapsed, one of its poisonous fangs sank deeply into Harry's arm. He slid down the wall, pulling the fang out of his arm even as white-hot pain spread rapidly from the wound. "You're dead, Harry Potter Munster," Riddle said above him. "Dead. Even your monster family's blood can't save you from basilisk venom. It will kill you within minutes." Harry's vision swam. Through the haze of pain, he remembered Grandpa's purple potion, protection against venom. With trembling fingers, he withdrew the vial from his pocket. "What's that?" Riddle demanded, stepping closer. "What are you doing?" "Monster remedy." Harry gasped, unstopping the vial and swallowing its contents. The effect was immediate. The burning pain receded from the wound site, though it didn't disappear entirely. The venom spread slowed dramatically, giving Harry precious minutes. Fawkes fluttered down beside him, laying his head against the wound. Thick, pearly tears fell onto the gash, phoenix tears, with healing powers of their own. Between Grandpa's potion slowing the venom and Fawkes's tears counteracting it, the wound began to close. "Get away, bird!" Riddle suddenly shouted. "Get away from him!" Harry looked up to see Riddle pointing his wand at Fawkes. Then his gaze fell on the basilisk fang that had pierced his arm, lying next to the diary Ginny had dropped. In a flash of inspiration, Harry seized the fang and plunged it straight into the heart of the diary. There was a long, dreadful, piercing scream. Ink spurted out of the diary in torrents, streaming over Harry's hands, flooding the floor. Riddle was writhing and twisting, screaming and flailing, and then he was gone. Harry's wand fell to the floor with a clatter and there was silence except for the steady drip of ink still oozing from the diary. The basilisk venom had burned a sizzling hole right through it. Ginny stirred, then sat up. Her bemused eyes traveled from the huge form of the dead basilisk, over Harry in his blood-soaked robes, then to the diary in his hands. She drew a great, shuddering gasp and tears began to pour down her face. "Harry, oh, Harry, I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, Harry, but I swear I didn't mean to. Our Riddle made me, he took me over, it's all right," said Harry, holding up the ruined diary. "Riddle's gone. He can't hurt anyone anymore." Fawkes was waiting for them, hovering in the chamber entrance. Harry urged Ginny forward. They stepped over the motionless coils of the dead basilisk and through the echoing gloom, back to where Ron was waiting anxiously by the rock fall. "Ginny!" Ron thrust an arm through the gap in the rocks to pull her through first. "You're alive. What happened? Where did that bird come from?" Fawkes had swooped through the gap after Ginny. "It's Dumbledore's phoenix," said Harry, squeezing through himself. "How come you've got a sword?" said Ron, gaping at the glittering weapon in Harry's hand. "I'll explain everything when we get out of here," Harry promised, suddenly exhausted. "But I couldn't have done it without Grandpa's potions. Monster remedies saved my life." Fawkes led them up a staircase that appeared in the tunnel wall, eventually emerging through the floor of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. As they stepped into the corridor, Harry heard a distant voice calling his name, a familiar, booming voice that echoed through the castle walls. Harry. Harry Potter Munster. Where are you, son? Harry froze. Is that Harry? The voice grew closer, accompanied by heavy footsteps that shook the corridor. Around the corner came a sight that made Ron and Ginny gape in astonishment. Herman Munster, all 7 feet of green-faced, bolt-necked monster, rushing toward them with Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore struggling to keep pace behind him. Dad? Harry gasped as Herman scooped him up in a crushing hug that lifted him clear off the ground. Oh, my boy. My brave wizard boy. Herman's voice boomed, echoing off the stone walls. When your friend contacted us through the mirror, said you'd gone into some secret chamber to fight a monster, we came right away. We. Harry managed to squeak through Herman's enthusiastic embrace. Yes, we, came Lily's elegant voice as she glided into view, followed by Grandpa in full Dracula regalia. Did you think we'd stay home when you were in danger? The whole Munster clan arrived via emergency international port key about 10 minutes ago, Professor McGonagall explained, looking slightly overwhelmed by the monster family reunion taking place in her school corridor. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he observed the scene. It seems, Harry, that your family's unique perspective and preparations may have been instrumental in your survival today. They were. Harry confirmed as Herman finally set him down. He held up the empty potion vials. Grandpa's confusion fog disoriented the basilisk, and his antivenom potion slowed the poison when I got bitten until Fawkes could cry on the wound. Basilisk venom. Lily's normally composed features contorted with horror. You were bitten by a basilisk. A basilisk? Grandpa's eyes lit up with academic interest. Magnificent creatures. Haven't seen one in centuries. How big was it? Did you notice if its scales had the traditional olive tone or more of a forest green? Father. Lily snapped. Not the time. Sorry, my dear, Grandpa looked appropriately chastened. The important thing is Harry survived. Just as I predicted when I gave him those emergency potions. Monster knowledge triumphs again. Perhaps, said Dumbledore gently, we should continue this discussion in my office. I believe Misters Potter Munster and Weasley, as well as Miss Weasley, have quite a tale to tell us. And Madame Pomfrey will want to examine them all. Excellent idea, Herman declared, still keeping one massive hand on Harry's shoulder as if afraid to let him go. Lead the way, Professor Whiskers. Dumbledore, dear, Lily corrected quietly. That's what I said. Professor Bumble roared. As they made their way to the headmaster's office, Herman accidentally knocking over 2 suits of armor in his enthusiasm, Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude for his monster family. They had come running at the first sign of danger, bringing their unique strengths and unwavering love. In Dumbledore's office, they found Mr. and Mrs. Weasley already waiting, having been summoned when Ron contacted the Munsters about Harry entering the chamber. Mrs. Weasley's tearful embrace of Ginny mirrored Herman's reaction to finding Harry safe. Harry and Ron took turns explaining what had happened, with occasional clarifications from Ginny about how Riddle's diary had possessed her. When they described the basilisk and Harry's battle with it, Herman alternated between expressions of terror and bursting pride. That's my boy, he kept exclaiming, slapping Harry's back so enthusiastically that Harry nearly faceplanted onto Dumbledore's desk. Facing down a 60-foot serpent. It was closer to 50 feet, Dad, Harry corrected, rubbing his shoulder. A mere technicality. Herman waved dismissively. The point is, you showed true Munster courage. And Potter courage, Lily added softly. Your birth parents would be so proud of you, Harry. Dumbledore examined the ruined diary and damaged sword with great interest. Remarkable, he murmured. Tom Riddle's diary, preserving a 16-year-old memory of Voldemort, ingenious and disturbing. Voldemort possessed my daughter through a diary. Mr. Weasley looked horrified. It appears so, Dumbledore confirmed gravely. But thanks to Harry's quick thinking, and some rather unusual potions, he glanced at Grandpa, who preened, both the basilisk and this particular memory of Riddle have been destroyed. After ensuring Ginny would suffer no permanent harm from her ordeal, Dumbledore awarded Harry and Ron special awards for services to the school and 200 points each for Gryffindor. He then suggested the Weasleys take Ginny to the hospital wing for a calming draught and some hot chocolate. As they were leaving, Lucius Malfoy burst into the office, fury on his face and a bandaged house elf, Dobby, cowering behind him. What followed was a tense confrontation that ended with Harry tricking Malfoy into freeing Dobby by hiding a sock inside the ruined diary and returning it to Lucius, who thoughtlessly tossed it to his servant. "Master has given Dobby a sock," the elf announced in wonderment. "Dobby is free." Lucius Malfoy stood frozen, staring at the elf. Then he lunged at Harry. "You've lost me, my servant, boy." But he never reached Harry. Herman Munster stepped between them, drawing himself up to his full, intimidating height. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," Herman said, his voice unusually serious. "Nobody threatens my son." Malfoy faltered, suddenly seeming to register the monstrous green giant blocking his path. His gaze darted from Herman to Lily's elegant vampire presence to Grandpa's fanged smile. "The Ministry will hear about this," he hissed, backing toward the door. "Monsters running loose in Hogwarts, it's an outrage." "Oh, the Ministry knows we're here," Grandpa said cheerfully. "Got special clearance. Emergency family situation." They were very understanding when I mentioned my history with the minister's great-grandfather. Amazing what a little 200-year-old favor can accomplish. Malfoy retreated, throwing one last venomous look at the assembled group before slamming the door behind him. "That was brilliant, Harry Potter Munster, sir," squeaked Dobby, looking up at Harry with eyes shining with tears of gratitude. "You freed Dobby." "Least I could do," Harry grinned. "Just promise never to try to save my life again." After Dobby departed, disapparating with a crack and a promise to visit Harry someday, the Munsters insisted on giving Harry a thorough examination for any remaining effects of basilisk venom. "I'm fine," Harry assured them as Grandpa peered into his eyes with a pocket-sized magnifying glass. "Between your antivenom potion and Fox's tears, the wound is completely healed." "Nevertheless," Lily said firmly, "we're staying until tomorrow to make absolutely certain. Dumbledore has kindly arranged guest quarters for us." "Really?" Harry looked to Dumbledore, who nodded, eyes twinkling. "I believe your family's presence would be most reassuring to the student body," the headmaster explained. "Knowing that the chamber has been closed and the monster defeated will help restore calm. And perhaps—" he looked thoughtful, "perhaps having actual monsters visibly supporting the school might help challenge some of the prejudices that allowed Tom Riddle's ideology to take root in the first place." The news that Harry Potter Munster had defeated Salazar Slytherin's monster with the help of his monster family's knowledge spread through the school like wildfire. Students who had previously avoided Harry now stared at him with open admiration, and at the Munsters with fascination rather than fear. Herman's tour of the castle caused minimal structural damage, only 2 door frames needed repair after he forgot to duck, and maximum entertainment, as he enthusiastically greeted ghosts, portraits, and students alike. Lily charmed the female professors with her elegant vampire manners and century-spanning fashion knowledge. Grandpa held court in the Great Hall, regaling students with increasingly outlandish tales of his adventures through history, occasionally demonstrating his bat transformation to thunderous applause. That evening, at a special feast celebrating the closing of the chamber, Dumbledore rose to make an announcement. "Before we begin our magnificent feast, I would like to acknowledge some extraordinary visitors," he said, gesturing to the Munsters seated at the high table. "The Munster family has not only raised one of our most courageous students but has demonstrated today that our strength lies in our diversity." He raised his goblet. "To the Munsters, whose monster knowledge helped defeat a basilisk. To Harry Potter Munster, who shows us that one can embrace both wizard and monster heritage with equal pride. And to tolerance, without which we would all be diminished." "To tolerance," the hall echoed, raising their glasses. Harry, seated between Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, felt his chest swell with emotion. At the high table, Herman was dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth, while Lily smiled proudly, her fangs glinting in the candlelight. Grandpa was already deep in conversation with Professor Snape, gesturing emphatically about what appeared to be potion ingredients, judging by Snape's rare expression of academic interest. "Your family's amazing, mate," Ron said, watching Herman accidentally crush his goblet in emotional enthusiasm. "Scary, but amazing." "They're just people," Harry replied with a smile. "Well, monster people. But still just people." As the feast progressed, Justin Finch-Fletchley came over from the Hufflepuff table to apologize to Harry for suspecting him. Nearly headless Nick floated by to thank him for avenging his petrification. Even Professor McGonagall announced that, as a school treat, all exams had been cancelled. "Oh, no," said Hermione. "I've studied for nothing." Later, as Harry walked his family to the entrance hall where they would take their portkey home, Herman pulled him into another bone-crushing hug. "I'm so proud of you, son," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Fighting monsters, saving friends, freeing elves, you're a credit to the Munster name." "And the Potter name," Lily added, kissing Harry's cheek. "You honor both your families with your courage and compassion." "Just don't get too reckless," Grandpa warned, wagging a finger. "Even monsters know when to call for backup. Next time you face a basilisk, contact us first. I've got at least 3 better anti-basilisk potions I could have sent." Harry laughed. "I promise, next time I discover a legendary monster in a secret chamber, you'll be my first call." As the Munsters prepared to depart, Herman placed both massive hands on Harry's shoulders, looking uncharacteristically serious. "Harry, what you did today, facing that basilisk, saving your friend's sister, it showed something important." "What's that, Dad?" "That being a monster isn't about fangs or bolts or fur," Herman said, tapping Harry's chest gently. "It's about what's in here. The courage to be different. The strength to protect others. The wisdom to see beyond appearances." He straightened up, his flat-topped head nearly brushing the entrance hall ceiling. "You might look like an ordinary wizard, but inside, you're a Munster through and through." "The best of both worlds," Lily added softly. "Wizard and monster." As Harry watched his monster family disappear with the portkey, Herman waving so enthusiastically he nearly knocked Grandpa over, he felt a profound sense of belonging. The Chamber of Secrets had tested him in ways he never imagined, but his dual heritage had given him the unique perspective needed to triumph. He was Harry Potter Munster, the boy who lived at 1313 Mockingbird Lane, and he wouldn't have it any other way. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.